Yo, 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 yo. Is it bugged or did Shadow Crusher just win the fight? It's not bugged. Type something in Twitch chat to fight, boys. Let's go. Get him. Get him, boys. Get him. All right, you know, man. Oh, how's everybody doing? We got a lot to do today. Got a D4 dev stream to check as well. It's kind of weird. Lots to do. Oh, God, Lord. I am what you would refer to as a bit hungover. Shadow Crusher still alive. Oh, there we go. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Corinius got fucking slapped. One more hit, boys. One more hit. Come on, Talks. Come on, Mad. Get me in there. Get me in there, Shadow Crusher. Dead, but he did get double digits. Sheesh. How's everybody doing today? Y'all doing fine? I hope so. So I just got word from GGG. Let me send that over to Helmbreaker. Is Helmbreaker online? I haven't seen him in a while. Let me send it. Let's see. So I got a response from GGG finally. All right, so you're on your mage bar with the orbs. 11,800. 11,800 ancient orbs and nothing. Literally nothing. Well, but not really nothing. We got 6 headhunters. And those 6 headhunters are tier 0s, right? So we failed the 6 50/50s, I'm guessing. You see this video about shipments? And you on your mage with the orb stuff. But yeah, I mean, shit happens, I guess. Okay. Let's see. So the answer I got from GGG. Sorry, I'm trying to type to everyone at the same time here. I got a response from GGG about something I've been pretty pissed off about for quite a long time. And that something is about the animate guardian. And I've asked them multiple times over. I make a tweet. And now I got a response. It's also about the abomination ghost stuff that Helm reported as well. And the answer I got was it's going to be fixed. They just don't know when. That's the answer I got. It'll be fixed. We just don't know when. Thanks. What's wrong with the AG? What's not wrong with the AG? That's easier to explain. Well, so here's the thing, right? The AG obviously excluding the fact that it loses all the gear when it dies is one thing, but there are certain things in this game that is literal AG killers. No matter how much currency you've invested into it, and no matter how insane your character is or whatever, or how experienced you are in the game, there are certain things in this game that are just AG killers. And AG is the only thing in the game that is going to cost you currency. You have to like literally spend money to play it or use it. That's the problem with it. Or spend in-game money, of course. So taking aside those things, what's wrong with the AG is the AG killers. Now, what are the AG killers? We got Maven Beams. Why is that an AG killer? Well, very simply because they prevent regeneration. And what this game has done, which I think is really clever. Have you ever heard 6 Feet Deep with Royal Lin? No, I've not. Sorry. The problem is that the way you keep these guys alive is through regenerative effects. Now, if there's a mechanic in the game that stops them from regening, Mine Dies the Uber series might be the beam. There are ways to solve that, though. There are ways to solve that. The problem is the prevention of regeneration from Maven Beams is not. You cannot do that. Okay, give me a second. I might have done something stupid today. Where did I fucking download that route? There. Give me a second, guys. Yeah, that could be. Let me just make sure I start running this just in case. Where do I do it? Start your scan. Scan. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Okay. Hopefully it's fine. All right. I hope it's fine. Just double checking. Anyways, where was I? Right. So the AG prevents some region from Maven beams, right? And then it will just die, right? Because that's how you keep it alive. So what they've done is that they've actually added a system into PoE where the problem here is that we're in a situation where they added systems to endgame, or well, not just endgame, but boss mechanics that are well telegraphed that you as a player are supposed to dodge. And if you're supposed to dodge them, they can do a ridiculous amount of damage. Now you have a much harder time getting out of harm's way for your minions, though. So the way they've solved this is to make the ability itself deal significantly less damage to to minions as a result, and that's their solution. And it's worked flawlessly on everything where it is implemented. And sometimes they forget to do that, which is really fucked up. Well, then there's the other problem with Maven is shotgunning effects, right? So when you do Uber Maven, we're good, boys. We're good. I think. I hope so, at least. Anyways. So. They have Uber Maven with the extra projectiles, right? With the fire balls. You see, if that hits a bunch of minions that is literally on top of the Maven, they will explode. And they will just completely destroy your minions, which includes animate guardian specters, right? So that's also a problem. But they have never fixed this. And they probably never will fix it either, which is really frustrating. That's why you'd rather have ranged minions killable minions you don't care about in the front line, or just ridiculously tanky minions just to survive that attack. And that's for Uber Maven. For Zeros and Uber Zeros, it's just more about managing the bleed and the corrupted blood, right? And you can do that with enough Revenue. Most builds I play, you can have your enemy guardian literally sit inside a storm, tank a quad beam, and he'll just sit there and be like, yeah, this is fine. You bring into Maven, he can die just randomly, just out of nowhere, because he accidentally, his pinky toe touched a Maven beam. But that's just bosses, right? The problem with AD has more to do with the old Executioner mod. I made a tweet about this, actually. Let's see if I can find it. I was so angry about that. Holy shit, dude. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, is it in replies? No? Where is it? Oh, here it is. So this shit was removed. Well, first off, this mod was called Executioner, and that's what we're referring to when we talk about it. This modifier was disabled for minions. So what happened was that it was made so they didn't apply to minions. That was the solution. What it does is that it prevents your HP to go above 50% of your life when you're within the radius of this aura, because it's a radius buff effect or debuff or aura, whatever you want to call it, right? So that's what they did, and then they removed Arch Nemesis, and then after removing Arch Nemesis, they reintroduced bits and pieces of it, and now. Jojo Rabbit Ball with 11 months. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate all support, guys. I can't do this full time without you guys subscribing. So thank you, guys. Thank you. Basically, the part that made the region out of the Executioner mod was then reintroduced to the game, and then they forgot to disable it towards minions. And I'm like, okay. This has been a problem for many leagues now, and I've reported it many times. And many others have reported it many more times than me. Still nothing. So, I got the response from GGG, and they said, it will be fixed, but we're not sure when. I waited a year for this. Can wait a little longer, as long as they fix it. Borg with the 14 months. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. So I heard that there's some good stuff happening from Diablo 4 today as well. Well, yesterday, rather. Let's see. Where's my sound? Oh, there we go. Anyone say heard it? Because I intend on listening in on that today. PoE 2 will fix it. Well, we'll see how that goes. I'm very excited for PoE 2. Like, very excited. But we'll see. We will see. Stop the predatory season pass bullshit. What is predatory about their season pass? Wait. No. Hold up. I am all for giving credit where credit is due, and I'm definitely there when it comes to giving criticism, especially when it comes to Blizzard, because they've been under the microscope with how the game's been. But predatory season pass? I think you're going to have to elaborate on that one, because the season pass is genuinely as far away from predatory as possible. Is the next project more gambling? I don't have currency to gamble with, so no. Put 60 div into down blow. It's fun, but I think I'll wear my fingers out pianoing. It's a very acquired taste to play. But it is fun. Once you get the rhythm of that build, it just does so fucking well, right? You just pop the Defiance banner, you run. Defiance banner, run. And then you don't pop it immediately. You wait till like a couple seconds after you run out of the radius to pop it again. So if you don't play it right, then you're gonna have a bad experience. You know, sometime review to make advice on build. I'm sort of lacking ideas in real upgrades or fix on my current build. So are you playing one of my build guides? Because I've been thinking about doing like hand-holding guide help, or not guide help, but like help with what to upgrade if you're following one of my guides. I've been thinking about doing that for a while. So they had easy access, one-click instant lock into the season pass. The video saw about it. People log into the main screen and accidentally click it. I don't remember this, Bob. But are you talking about an like buy a mirror you can gamble? Well, we don't want to break the mirror though. Oh, so that was like a miss they had on season 1, and they fixed it because the season pass itself is not predatory at all. There's no pay to win features whatsoever. That's why I was so confused. There's nothing like that. And I never did have that. There's a lot of problems with the game, 100%, but that ain't one of them. That's why I was so confused here. PoE has had Vault Pass forever. Why are these people bitching? They're not bitching. What are you talking about? A bunch of beers. They've gone down to 600. Sure. Good morning, Swedish powerhouse. Goddamn right. Swedish powerhouse.
Welcome to the crew.
Lulu, it's time.
If I drop the mirror, no, we bought it, me and Enter, some time ago. Not sure if we have another one though. We tried to gamba. We spent well almost 12,000 ancient orbs, and we got 6 headhunters out of it. So that was a waste of money. That was a fucking waste of money. Hard flip, thanks so much. Yeah, for the 40 months though. If you had a chance to change anything about tier 17, what would you change? That is a very good question. So let's look at what is the problem with tier 17s first. Hey, what's up, Coach? No, we just went live 40 minutes ago. What is the problem with the tier 17s? So I dislike the layouts of the maps. I also think that the having a non-optimal layout is a good thing if the rewards from the map is going to be better. So I think that's a good thing that I hate the layouts. The other part of it is all of the Uber bosses are exclusively from tier 17s. You get a significant amount of more gold from it. You are unable to drop tier 17s / sustain tier 17s. Those are the problems with it, right? So there's that. So if that's the case, what would I change and why would I change it then? So I'm at the point where maps have fixed tier 17 drop. Yes. Yes, they do. I don't think necessarily that's a problem. So I guess the first question we have to ask ourselves, are we happy with the way tier 17s are, or is there something that we want to have changed with them? And I will say this, my only problem with tier 17s right now, because they made it a bit easier, is Abomination has an issue where it's killing minions, the boss that is when they get ghosted, which GGG recently confirmed that they are aware of, and they gotta fix it. So they do have that. However, um, my problem is mostly with it when it comes to possible changes is that it's not worth running. Yeah, what Roots is saying for the build guides. I have been thinking about maybe setting up like a guide help event, if you will. I might do that later, not today, but you know, maybe next stream or the stream after or something, where I would help people that are following any of my build guides, and I would take one person at a time, and we look at what budget that person has. Then I look at trade to see what items and upgrades can you buy, and I'll basically just show you and help you do the searches and make sure you buy the right items and make the right changes. I think that could be a fun thing to do. And that could be some YouTube content as well, so that's something we can definitely look into. 20 red maps, we can choose to farm, but we're forced to endure the same 5 layout cycles, so tier 17s are much more profitable. That's not true, though. That's not true at all. What are you talking about? So, here's the problem with tier 17s. Early league, they are better than anything else. Mid league, they're still pretty goddamn good, but you can make money out of the other leagues. The tier 16s. Now when you get to the end game of things, like the end, not end league, but like the progressional part of how the market works, at least. What now happens is that now you're not going to want to run tier 17s. So I would arguably say that when a casual player gets to the point where that person can run a tier 17, if they ever get there, they shouldn't. I can farm tier 17 solo with my characters right now. That's not a problem. Why don't I do it? It's not worth it. I lose currency doing it. Why? Because the fragments are not worth it. The only way I make profit running a tier 17 at the moment is to literally drop reality fragments. And if I don't drop reality fragments, I have to juice the map up so ridiculously that it's just not worth it. So I would be way better off running like Delhi 8 mod tier 16s, way more than tier 17s. And if you then look at another metric I know you guys love, and that is divines per hour, well, tier 17s requires more preparation because you got to buy the maps as well. Because you're not going to sustain yourself. So I've done a ton of tier 17 this map, but it's just they're not worth running anymore. That's my problem. Now, the real question then comes down to, is this... Jesus. Like, is that a problem, though? Is it really a problem? Do they need to change? They're very good early, for obvious reasons. The boss drops as well, for that matter. Then they get a little bit worse, and then they get pretty bad. And now there's a point where, yeah, it's not worth running. Oh, farming scarabs and gold. Yeah, sure. Sure. I do tier 17s for one day, and I'll have a couple million of gold. Easy. If I run one entire day for it. But the question was whether or not I would change, what I would change with tier 17s. And I'm not sure I would, because I don't mind. I don't mind the cycle of life that tier 17s go through at the moment. They're very punishing, yes. And I don't mind that you can make a bit more currency and that you can have a little bit more juice out of tier 17s if you have like a party set up or you have some really big shit going down, right? You got something massive going down with your character to make that possible. I don't mind that at all. I think that's perfectly fine. And the reason I think it's fine is because inevitably, in the end, everyone goes back to farming tier 16s anyways. So I don't think I would change anything right now. At least not that I can think of. I think bosses should have the fragments, not tier 17s. Remove fragments in tier 17s and decrease monster health and modifier. So I feel like pain and just adjust reward that way. A mode glacier with a gold strike can give you 70k per map. That's much faster to run. Yeah, it's about the ballpark that you would get from a juiced up tier 17. Why go back to farming tier 16s? Because unless you are super giga chad mega juicing your tier 17s, you are not making more currency on a tier 17 right now than you do from a tier 16. That's why you go back to farming tier 16s, because it's more work, requires a much bigger character to meet the requirements of the currency that you generate, because the maps are expensive. And this is to not be a slave to pray that you get a reality fragment, because that's the one that actually is worth money from the boss. You need to make sure that the map itself is generating the profit now. And when you get to that point, it's much, much harder. Well, non-Uber versions of bosses have had the fragments in the past, right? And then they've also had, well, at least Uber at Siri. At Siri and Uber at Siri had that at least. All right. So, what are we doing today, though? I was trying to decide on a new project. I don't know what that project would be. So what we're going to do is I'm going to move over to some Diablo 4. There's the on the bill, which can comfortable do tier 17 use the 100 div budgets. No, there are plenty of builds that can do it. We are going to move over to Diablo 4 because I need to go through the Campfire chats. Like, I really need to go through the Campfire chats and check it out. I never saw it. Is it good? I only heard some small comments about it, and all I heard from that was, wow, what is going on? This is insane. And then other people were complaining. So without spoiling me, where are you guys standing in this? Is it good? Is it bad? Where are we at? Kid, if you don't care, name is just spam out the face and have movement speed. Didn't watch it, don't care. 10 is going to be good for D4. Alright, so I'm gonna avoid wasting time. And then we'll see what the plan is today. You know, I never finished that Wukong game either. Great changes if you're in a D3 system enthusiast. I'm not a D3 enthusiast, though. I didn't like the way D3 ended up. I liked how it started, and then I don't like how it ended. Let me just update my stream titles and shit, and we'll... Is this on YouTube? Like, they posted this dev stream on YouTube, or where is it? Where is this shit? Let me update the stream titles first. Update D3 as its end life was very different in the early game. And they got good in 2019 or so to guys like me. Okay. All right, let me just update the stream titles, boys, and then we go through it. Game Diablo. Change the thumbnail. The thumbity nail. There. There. All right. So thumbnails, everything updated. Where do I find this? Where do I find the video? Diablo 4. Where is it? Wait. They did both. Jesus, fuck, that was loud. Inside the game. Wait, this ain't it. Inside. Wait, where do I find the VOD to this? Anyone know where I can find the VOD on this? You go to live tab. Campfire. There we go. All right, so here it is. Wait. 88K views. This is the one we'll be checking. That's the plan, boys. That is the plan. Let's see if I have everything prepped. Yo, did I not update the stream title? Game? Release. Where are we at? Okay, I think I got everything. I hope I got everything. This better be good. Boys, this better be good. It's 2 hours. Oh my lord. Well, it's less than 2 hours. No, it is actually pretty much 2 hours. Is it a lot?
Really great experience getting to explore and hunt too.
Okay. Are you guys ready? We got 2 hours of content to do with this, and we'll see how we feel once we go through it. Oh, I'm very excited for this, actually. Please be good. Please be good. You see, before we start, I will say this. So, before starting this, I missed the Campfire chat last night. My fiance's birthday. A little hungover, so this better be good or I'm going to be angry. All right, I'm going to be real mad. So, what happened was Diablo 4 started off on a really bad foot, right? Went to shit. Then they made a little better. Then a little better. Then they fucked it up and took 2 steps back. Then the community said, yo, this ain't no dance. Forward. You're supposed to move forward. Now take a couple steps back like it's some sort of tango dance here, okay? So they were like, oh shit, you're right, community, you're right. And then they started making some really good improvements. And Season 5 was probably the best season they've ever had, which was really nice, actually. Very, very, very nice. I know PoE had some really, really good league launch at the same time, which is really frustrating because I wanted to play both. But here we are. Season 5 is, in my opinion, the best season they've ever had because it was the first season they launched that did not qualify under the idea of this is how the game should have been on launch. So I was very happy with Season 5. Season 4 was the first season that felt like this is truly how the game should have been on launch. And Season 5 was like the actual step to this is actually okay. This is a good game. It's not a great game. They have a lot of issues, but it was a good game. And that's all I ever wanted. I wanted 1.5, 2 weeks of enjoyment out of Diablo 4, and I would be so happy. And I got that for Season 4, and I would have gotten it for Season 5 if I wasn't super interrupted by PoE. I did play a lot off stream and had a lot of fun, though. This is for Vessel of Hatred. I'm very excited for the Spiritborn class. There's a lot of cool things happening there, so very excited for that. But let's check this out. Where's the base? Why is there no base? Can I access my equalizer, please?
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Campfire chat. This is the patch 2.0 Campfire chat for PTR. As you guys can see, we're in a little bit of a new environment. We're all doing this from home. We had to do a quick last-minute pivot about 24 hours ago. I was struck by some con flu after Gamescom, but I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our production teams behind the scenes. Lucas, Jade, and Rich, they made a quick pivot to allow us to do this and for us to be safe and to be able to still give you guys this exciting information for patch 2.0. But to lead us off, I do want us to do some quick intros for everyone here on the actual panel. So Colin, would you like to start off the intros?
Colin! I love this guy.
I'm Colin on the design team.
Hello, I'm Aislinn Hall. I'm a systems designer with a focus on live balance.
Colin is the so...
Hey everyone, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the live balance for Diablo 4.
Draw back a little bit, but I love Colin. He's such a goat.
I'm Jeevan Sidhu, and I also work on the systems team.
Let me just move this.
Awesome. So we got a whole panel here, way more than what we normally have because we have so much to actually cover. We
loud, isn't it?
Do want to jump into things pretty immediately, but I did want to recap really quickly.
Does that sound good here?
Last week we were at Gamescom.
He's
we made
working
some really
15
big announcements
years
for
Sheesh.
Vessel of Hatred, where we announced
He's a fucking
the
goat,
mercenaries that will be coming to Vessel of Hatred, along with how that system works with like reinforcements. It's like a new take of how mercenaries.
Wait, hold up. You said Colin has worked at Blizzard for 15 years. There is no fucking shot that this man is older than me. Look at this baby face. Why didn't I get genes like this? He looks young, healthy, unfucked. Like, literally uncorrupted by the world. And you're telling me that he is? He just hides it better than everyone? That just makes him more of a goat. That's what Woody said. He talked to him in person. I never got the chance to talk to him, actually. God damn. What do you mean? Probably laid off the booze? Bro, you don't say shit like that in this channel. I'm hungover as fuck right now. You don't say that, okay? Rum is the essence of life. Wow. Just doesn't have a beard. I mean, I've shaved and I look like a child. This man is a healthy-looking man. When I shave, I look like a child. This guy does not look like a child. What the hell, man? What are you talking about? You look like 45 according to this chat some days ago. Yeah, but this chat can also be a bit obnoxious. Colin is the GOAT, all right?
Play with.
There's no way he's worked there for
since
15
Mercenaries
years.
has such a storied history within the franchise.
Then DC would have been better.
And of course, we also talked about the Cuirass Undercity and the Dark Citadel, along with the Party Finder feature.
Forgotten Child of Inarius.
Actually partake in with Vessel of Hatred and use that for Dark Citadel and other features within the game. We do actually have a blog up on Diablo4.com that does do a good deep dive across all of those specific items, so you guys can actually check that out. But we have a packed agenda today. This will be a long one, so we hope that everyone will sit down and grab a snack and join us as we talk about some pretty large systemic changes that will be coming with Diablo 4, along with some new stuff that we'll be sharing as well that will also be coming with Diablo 4. So we're going to start off with some progression updates. We're going to move off into some class and balance changes, along with some quality of life updates, and then we'll kind of cap it off with a cool new announcement that will be coming with Vessel of Hatred. So Aislinn, Colin, I know you guys want to jump into some of these big progression changes that you guys were talking about last week, so take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I'm sure everyone has no idea what the big surprise is at the end.
None whatsoever.
So yeah, right. So yeah, let's jump into the progression. So when we launched the game, we had a sort of vision for.
All right, I need to focus. Let me just do this mirror service. Please do confirm. Yep, he says. Then we do this. Boom, boom. Thank you, sir. Good luck. All right, and then I gotta do this. Sorry about this little mini break, boys. How much is it? 18. Let's get to 18 and call it a day. Thank you. Oh, more Gamba money. More Gamba. Sorry. Where's my fucking thread? I don't see it. My mirror service thread? Whatever. It's fine. Okay. There. Now we can continue. This is a video.
For the game that we felt like was really fun to play through once, where you'd sort of traverse through these world tiers and
Wait, okay.
gaining new
So progression goals. Their progression goal is to identify what hasn't aged well. The biggest issue, I mean, I might be sounding like really rough here. Oh, there's the thread. Thank you, Cronlin. My biggest issue has always been that it's the game seems like they got like halfway through the game progression or design, and then half the team got replaced, and now another team have to finish that job, and that is a shit show if you're a developer. And I'm like, okay, yes, that's really sad that that's how it ended up, but what hasn't aged well is the fact that the game has been running on bugs since the very beginning. There are so many bugs. So many things that just does not work. Did you guys know that the Necromancer class is entirely reliant on a bug to even be functional? They even said it's not supposed to work the way it is, but it does. And the problem with this is that they then balance the game around having these bugs in the game. Then they fix the bugs and be like, oh shit, now it's no longer balanced again. And this little dance keeps going. That has not aged very well. And then they keep introducing new stuff that is also bugged. That is a big problem I have with the game at the moment. I just don't understand it. It's just bugs after bugs after bugs. For them to balance the game, they need to flesh out and get rid of the majority of the bugs. I'm not saying it's going to be bug-free. PoE is not even bug-free. Hell, Torchlight Infinite isn't bug-free. There's always bugs in these games, and that's going to happen. But it's a different story when the entirety, the entire design and essence of an entire class is bugged, and it still isn't fixed. And I don't know, like, I don't know the coding or the dev work required behind it. I just feel like they need to fix the bugs so that they can balance the game. Not balance on the bugs. And then fix the bugs to then redo the work they put. That, to me, sounds like putting a lot of, oh shit, I cut my arm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a Band-Aid on it. But in reality, that's not what's happening. I have an infection in my arm. And my treatment is not to treat the infection, but to cover it up with some fucking Band-Aid. And then they were like, "Oh, let's fix the problem." So now they have to rip off the Band-Aid. Then they have to fix the problem. Now that the problem is fixed, you know what they do? They reapply the Band-Aid again. And I'm like, okay, but now we don't need the Band-Aid. Now that's excessive because the problem is already fixed. So now they have to go back and redo the process of the Band-Aid to make sure that, the arm's free, right? That's what they're doing instead of immediately fixing the infection and solving that. I don't know, I just get really, really worked up when it comes to this topic. It's frustrating. Okay. Chasing balance a year, I think, is a pipe dream. No, I think the idea of chasing balance is really good, but for a company to be able to do so, they have to fix the fundamental bugs. You can't balance something that is bugged, but they've tried. Look at Bone Spirits. It's been going through so many changes, and then when they fix one of the bugs with it, guess what happened? It went to shit. Then they have to rebalance it. They said minions were so strong, right? Back when Holy Bolt Elixirs was there. You know why they were strong? They gave a false sense. They basically gave a false sense of performance, because once they fixed the Holy Bolt of Elixir, minion builds were actually the worst. The worst. But with the bug, it was the best, or among the best. See what I mean? And then they literally say it was a very strong build. No, it wasn't. It was just brought up thanks to the bug, which they fixed. And once they fixed it, the true colors and the performance of the class was shown, and suddenly it was just bad. And it's just more of this all the time. Though that was fun and working, blasting being efficient. Okay, I will say this. Blasting and being efficient, it has been something that they've actually done really well. Leveling is super fast. It's not really my cup of tea, but, it's fine. You go through it pretty quickly. Blasting lots of monsters was made really good in Season 5. Autonomy over challenge and reward. Conquering milestones. I'm not sure if I agree on that one. Gaining and feeling power via multiple ways. I do feel like we have that one, and I don't mind it. I think it's actually pretty good right now. Alting, not much for me, but I know other people love it. Challenge reward to compensate for all the extra power. So, I think that for the most part, they have a lot of these things kind of nailed down. This is good. But this year, identify that, address the problem source. That is what I was talking about earlier. Like, they have to address the infection, right? Let's keep going.
Sacred items rarely, and then you'd be getting ancestral items when hopping into World Tier 4. And as we played the game more and more, and as we've gotten feedback, that necessarily hasn't really been super fun. So we've sped up a lot of the progression to sort of get you into that space that where you feel powerful, where you have autonomy over your choice in terms of difficulty and challenge and reward. Diablo is all about that progression, right? And sort of blasting and feeling efficient. So we wanted to take a step back after looking at itemization. We've added a ton of itemization progression that we think is feeling pretty good. There's a lot of ways to customize your character. There's a lot of ways to progress your itemization. And we wanted to look at other aspects of the game. So that came in the form of like, what hasn't aged super well? What are the things that we really enjoy and we see that you all enjoy? And doubling down on that. So two of those things are difficulty and overall just character progression from your Paragon to your Glyphs, etc. We've sort of taken the approach of like really doubling down and embracing again what has been really fun, right? Blasting, being efficient, having control over your challenge and reward, right? Profane Mind Cages is awesome when you can stack it to 3 and you can hop into those Hell Tides and just start getting tons of experience and reward for pushing that challenge. Key dungeons like Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes, really pretty much every endgame in the system at this point has a tiering system associated with it, and we think that's like pretty indicative of like what has been fun, and we want to embrace that. And part of that is that idea of I can push really hard to get more efficiency. part of that's conquering milestones, right? It's really good. It's a ton of fun to hop into World Tier 3 early. I think I hopped in at level 25 in the latest release just to see if I could do it, and it was a ton of fun. And it's sort of all about embracing that gaining power in multiple ways, feeling super powerful. And then another thing that we really wanted to look at in terms of making this better is alting. We made a change to make it so that the Mythic uniques could be equipped at level 35, and if you've done that, it's a really badass experience where, roll a barbarian, slap your grandfather on him, and you just blast through the leveling experience, and it's a ton of fun. That being said, we've added
blast through the leveling experience. Like, I know you can speed it up even more. I saw Woody, I think it was, or was it Rob? I think Woody or Rob did level 100 in less than 2 hours with alts. 2 hours, by the way, to get to 100. 2 hours. I was done with the seasonal campaign. I was 100, done with the seasonal campaign in less than 24 hours from launch. I'm not sure if the whole idea of trivializing or blasting through the leveling campaign is an argument, because I feel like you do that no matter if you're gearing it or not.
Tons of sort of power to the equation, and we wanted to make sure that we also gave you more autonomy to sort of challenge yourself with all that new power, and we're adding a ton of new power in the expansion as well. So to cover it again, right, we want to look at expanding the progression in other areas of the game come patch 2.0. So with that, Aislinn actually has a bunch of exciting changes to talk about here.
I do. Thank you, Colin. Okay, everyone, I want you to put on your thinking caps because we have a lot of details to cover. So buckle up. We, in fact, have a topic screen here because there's so many things regarding progression that we're going to be talking about today. So the way that we're approaching this presentation is we're basically going to be bringing you through what a character's journey would actually look like. You know, starting by talking about the character journey and then talking about some difficulty tier changes that are coming, and then going deeper into, you know, how you're going to be gaining more rewards from those said difficulty tiers. So yeah, without further ado, let's simply jump in and get started with the character journey. Okay, so some changes coming to how you're going to be leveling up. There's going to be a level adjustment, first of all, coming to patch 2.0. Right now in the live game, you know, you go from character level 1 to 50. Those are your skill point levels. And then every level after 50 is a Paragon level where you're earning 4 Paragon points per Paragon level. We're going to be splitting those out in patch 2.0.
Huh?
And so you're going to earn Paragon points, which are going to be separate from your character level. Levels 1 to 50 represent those character levels. And there's also going to be a new max character level, quote unquote, of level 60. And that means that you are going to be earning 10 more skill points from what you had been earning.
Wait. Hold up. Telling me that I get to add 10 more points. Where would I even place these points? There's not much left of the skill twig. Wait, are they making like big changes to the skill tree as well? Yeah, we just get it all now. Okay.
Pre-patch 2.0. There's also going to be a reimagined pace to the leveling journey. So we have a lot of new difficulty tiers that are being added to the game. More on that soon. But effectively, lower difficulty tiers are going to be offering you a slower pace if you're a newer player, you just want a very casual, chill experience. But you're going to be able to bump it up if you want to. Like if you're, engaging with tempering, you're engaging with all these systems that are making your character stronger, and you want something to test that against, we're aiming to give that to you. And these difficulty tiers are going to be offering you improved efficiency, improved rewards, and the goal is to improve your pace if you can blast through these difficulties.
Yeah, this
Now,
is a lot
there's
like the mine cages, right? Like we sort of heard, we heard you like mine cages, so we put it in the game systemically, like from whispers to Helltide to literally everything in the world. Like maybe you like doing dungeons, and really it's sort of like giving players that choice to do what they want, and it's not just Helltide now that can push that difficulty.
Yeah, totally. Like we were just playing on the development team, and we were playing in Helltides and playing with mine cages, and we were like, this is great. Like I want to just be able to do this, or like have this option available to me, like basically whenever I'm playing. So that's a big part of these changes. Moving on here to the number adjustments. So as a lot of you guys found in footage, yes, there is a pretty substantial number adjustment. So a big part of this is we want to make sure that there's room for growth. And we're adding a lot of player power in patch 2.0 and Vessel of Hatred. And we want to make sure that numbers don't get so crazy that we cannot even fathom them, right? And so a big part of this is giving us a good starting point in patch 2.0 where we can afford to grow numbers. So
Exile, I think it's really important, to have numbers that are like, when you're like doing damage numbers, to see ones that are meaningful to you, right? If you're increasing your damage like even 10x, but it's taking it from like an 8 or 9 digit number to a 10 digit number, it's almost impossible to see that kind of growth in player power. So with numbers that are more readable on screen, that A, makes it much more obvious when you're getting more powerful, and just makes the game as a whole easier to.
So I've said this so many times over. Whether or not I'm critting for 1 trillion damage or 7 trillion damage, I won't see it. And it's pissing me off. Like, I would like there to be moments where it's like, I want to see the damage numbers. I love the damage numbers. I really do. But it's like, I want to see the numbers and I want to feel the impact of them. But I can't when the entire number is 5 million, digits long. You can turn them off, but I don't want to. That's the whole point. Okay. I like the damage numbers. I want to see them. I just want to feel like they're impactful. The other problem is, what did they do in D3? They abbreviated it, right? So it's like, oh, you just crit for 50B. Oh, you just did a 37T. And I'm like, please don't do that. For the love of fuck, please do not do that. What is wrong with having a damage where you hit for 1,000 damage or 100 damage? And an endgame boss might have 100,000 life. And your damage is hitting, your biggest hits are hitting for, I don't know, 6,000 damage. What happened with those numbers? They are okay. They mean the same thing, but they are comprehensible and readable. She said comprehensible. Why does it have to be billions, millions, quadrillions? God, I just don't get it.
Totally.
Squish it.
Yeah, and it's important to note that like this is relative, in that we're not slowing you down in any way. This is purely sort of one of those adjustments that we're making to ensure that you can have more growth in the end game. We're not at the top end nerfing things like crit chance or CDR. Really, this is all about having actually like sort of what we set out to do when we launched the game is have more grounded numbers for longer. That's not to say that you aren't going to get insane in the deep end game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're still going to have a lot of power to game. And yeah, finally, just going back to this first bullet here on this slide, we're going to talk more about Paragon later, but for now we're going to focus on some other things. So sit tight. Okay, let's talk about how monsters are changing. So we've streamlined monster health and damage in a pretty big way. We took a look at how monsters gain health and how they gain damage over different difficulty tiers. And we've really like honed in and kind of universalized our approach to how they're gaining power throughout your character experience. And this is going to be applying to all monster types, normal monsters, minions, which are elites, little buddies, elites themselves, and of course bosses. And all of these monsters now have health that's relative to their normal monster counterpart on any given like difficulty tier. And what this does is it really helps smooth difficulty progression and the difficulty of any experience that you're currently in. Secondly, we have some changes to monster scaling. So monsters are going to scale to a pit tier, and we're going to talk more about that as well pretty soon too. So sit tight. And the big thing here is that monsters are always going to match the player level now. So on live, we have a world where monsters can be, 100 levels offset of you and anywhere in between. And that can be fairly hard to understand. And so a big part of this pass is kind of removing that element of the game so that we can focus on what difficulty we're currently in and using that as the judge of how hard or how easy or wherever in between the content you're currently in is. And finally, we have some pretty cool combat tuning changes. So we've taken a lot of looks at, like the moment-to-moment combat pacing in the game. And monster mechanics across the board have been adjusted to really hone in on player momentum. You're here to slaughter demons. We want you to move quickly through the game. And we don't necessarily want monsters to be slowing you down, especially normal monsters. And to achieve this, we've reduced instances of getting one shot like out of nowhere. And we've also adjusted boss HP so that they're not quite as grindy after you're moving in from, after blasting down AoE packs in the pit, for example.
Yeah, it was definitely a pain point. Oh, great call.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, just saying, right, that's always been the pain point in the pit so far is like, hey, you're really strong, you blast through most of the dungeon, and then you get up to the boss, and the boss takes, 5 minutes or more. That's just like such a slog. So we're definitely making sure it's a more consistent experience in a given difficulty tier. You're going to have a more consistent experience across boss and other portions of the game.
Yeah, and we've already taken a lot of steps toward.
Great idea. Let's redo the entire game the third time and make it way worse. I mean, based on what I've read so far, I actually don't think it sounds like it's going to be worse. It sounds like it's going to be better. Like, I just want them to be in a position where when they say we're going to make things comprehensible or we're going to make it understandable and readable, what I'm thinking is it would be much easier for everyone to grasp the game. It would be easier for them to find outliers by just looking at it if the damage wasn't quintillions, millions, trillions, billions, right? Why not just have it down? Like, bring the numbers down. When you got a lot of gold in, or when you got a lot of damage in Diablo 2, you could see the damage. Well, you could actually see it on your tooltip and shit. And it felt good. It felt amazing. And when you improved it, you could see it. Right? Those things matter. I don't think this is going to make it in a worse way. What they're saying so far, in my opinion, is things that I've been wanting from this game for a long time. I think it sounds really good so far. I don't have any complaints so far at all. I think so far it sounds really good.
Towards this, and one of the previous seasons, we set it so that you wouldn't get armor cap penalties as the monster is leveled higher than you, right? So this is really just sort of consolidating a lot of the, I'm going to get shit for the Blizzard math, on the back end to make sure that like a lot of the things are really being reworked on the back end to address the problems we see on live with the crazy exponential scaling of boss health from like 4 different multipliers and the crazy exponential damage that some of the monsters are getting. It's like yes, the corpse bow, of course, dying in one shot from off screen. A lot of those things should be much more consistent as you're climbing through those difficulty tiers, which we're going to talk more about in the future or in this presentation.
Very soon, in fact. Like right now, difficulty tiers.
Right now.
Let's talk about it. So this is our beautiful Blizzard illustration, if you will, of current day difficulty. Art by Colin. Thank you very much.
Got to call out Colin. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
We've got
We're going to
the
get art for this.
This is art. What are you talking about?
yeah.
This is beautiful.
Modern art. Yeah, you can see we have the big bone boss, very, very sad at the current state of things up there. So what this is basically illustrating is that there are basically brackets right now on live where various content is relevant. You have world bosses that stay relevant for a certain amount of time. You have Helltide that stays relevant.
Dear God, these guys are awkward. I mean, this is not supposed to be a dev stream. This is a campfire chat where they're talking about like the different things having. I think it's a bit unfair to say to be complaining about what they do in these on the campfires, because I think that it's very important to point out that they're doing this to have good communication to the community, and I think we can all agree that we would rather have this over nothing, right? And I think this is really good. It also, for me at least, kind of reminds me a lot about what me and Darth Microtransactions doing with our Tavern Talk podcast. We get together, we have a couple of things we want to talk about, and then we'll talk about it. Then we go from there, and we just have a good time. We don't really care too much about how it looks or how it's coming out. We're just talking. It's just fun, and I think these campfires are great for that. It's showing that they're communicating, right? And some are better than others, right? So I think that's perfectly fine. I don't like you. You may like it or not. It doesn't matter. Just feel scripted. Absolutely, there's some PR involved in this, and they have to because it's a very big company. And I think that's also very important to point out. That's why certain things are presented in a way that they are, and that is because of the corporate approach to it. I'd still rather have this communication over than nothing. I think that the campfires are great.
Maybe a little bit
even
longer.
If I don't
than
always agree
bosses
with
do.
them.
And then you have World Tiers 1 and 2. Then you have World Tier 3, which is, very sad. Sorry, World Tier 3.
Yeah.
And then World
Wait,
Tier...
why is World Tier 3 so small? I spend the exact same amount of time in World Tier 3 as I do in World Tier 2. About 50 minutes. I mean, not even that. 45 minutes.
Magnifying glass, you can see it.
Yeah. Maybe if you look really closely, you can see how long it takes to go through World Tier 3. And then World Tier 4, which has like a bit of a tail, but still pretty short. And then we compare it to like where our character's power currently exists, which is, you've got level 1 to 100. And then, of course, your journey throughout all of the pit tiers. And basically what this is illustrating is
Not really, okay.
A lot of these content types fall off. World bosses don't stay relevant forever.
Oh yeah,
Helltide
skip World Tier 3 entirely as well.
The world tiers you're living on in the open world don't stay relevant. And eventually it simply becomes about running the pit. And that's the place where you can judge your character's strength. We don't necessarily want the game to work that way. We want a lot of activities to stay fun and interesting and engaging for as long as possible. And so to accomplish that, we've got some pretty big changes coming to difficulty tiers. So let's dive into the meat and potatoes of this, talking about pit arbitration. And that's just a fancy way of basically saying that the pit is going to be something behind the scenes that's setting the pace of all difficulty in the game across all content types. So pit tiers are going to match difficulty tiers. There's going to be 5 pit tiers per standard difficulty, which is just encapsulating 4 new world tiers pre-level 60, which are normal, hard, expert, and penitent. And then there will be 15 pit tiers per torment difficulty. And there are going to be 4 torment difficulty tiers, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Difficulty tiers are going to derive monster health.
I'm sorry, what? There are now torment difficulties in Diablo 4. This is just going to turn into D3 or what? No. This is not just pits. This is pit tiers per torment difficulty. You know what happened to D3? And I barely touched D3 in the last couple of years. How many torment difficulties were in D3? Spam up the chat. I want to see if you guys got this. Let me know. How many difficulties were there? 16. 16 tiers. How many of them were actually engaged with and played with? How many of those 16 did you actually play? Like 3 of them? That sounds about right. Start your character. You have one middle ground when you're leveling, and then you're just in the end game. So what's the fucking point in having 16 difficulties if only 3 mattered? You started. You need to up it to the point where you're level. You upped it. You leveled. Now you can do endgame. Now you're in 16. So now the difficulties in between literally makes no difference. Please don't do that to D4.
Damage and intensity from the pit tier.
It's literally why the World Tier 3 was so small.
Tier. And I know that's a little complicated, but we're going to have some supporting stuff to show what this means a little better pretty soon. And I do want to call out intensity here. Colin, do you want to talk about monster intensity raising between difficulty tiers?
Yeah, so intensity is something we played around with in the base game, and it's sprinkled out throughout the game. But what intensity is it's a backend system that controls monster aggressiveness as well as monster intelligence. So by aggressiveness, it's things like they attack faster, they have lower cooldowns, they move faster. And then intelligence is they predict your movement more, they'll face you more. So if you know, it has a big swing, it's actually going to try and track you a little bit more accurately. So it's not just the health and damage that's going up through these difficulty tiers. The monsters are actually becoming a little bit more dynamic and fast-paced. And we think that feels pretty good, especially when it's sort of scaling through the new difficulties here system that we have.
Yeah, this is something we do have on the live game, but you know, in the new patch 2.0, you're really going to feel that difference. Currently, you feel a little bit of difference in between the different world tiers, and that's just going to be magnified. And your moment-to-moment combat it's not just going to be higher numbers. The moment-to-moment will feel different and harder at these higher torment difficulties.
Yep, they're going to become bigger jerks as you ascend difficulties. All right, so let's talk about difficulty gating. So this is basically how people are going to be moving through these different difficulty tiers. So the pit is going to unlock once you hit character level 60, which is the new maximum character level in patch 2.0. So pit tiers associated with standard difficulties are going to unlock immediately, which is pit tiers 1 through 20. You're going to be able to challenge all of those immediately once you're max level. And you're going to need to beat pit tier 20 to unlock the first torment tier. Once you beat pit tier 20, you're allowed to go into the overworld on torment 1. And then, as we see here, there are 15 pit tiers per torment difficulties. So to unlock torment 2, you would then need to progress through the pit and beat pit tier 35, at which point you can now go into torment 2 in all other activities, so on and so forth. So this is basically creating a... Sorry, go ahead, Colin.
Oh, I was going to jump in and say, like, what's kind of interesting is, like, Torment 1 you can think about as World Tier 3 today. And what we're sort of doing is essentially saying, now that level cap is 60, you actually can find some of the best items in the game very early, right? Imagine if you were able to just start finding the best items in the game in World Tier 3. That's really sort of what we're talking about here. We're really speeding up when you can actually get to the end game, where we've added things like the pit, we've added things like nightmare dungeons and more end game activities for you to engage with, and item modification systems. So it really is sort of getting you into the fun faster, which also makes alting a lot more cool, right? It's way easier to sort of get to that point where, all right, I'm in the end game, I'm going to start looking for awesome items. I'm going to start modifying my items. So we think that that like sort of represents a pretty substantial change to how you play the game.
Oh
So
yeah,
for
absolutely.
us wondering why we kind of built it around the pit, you know, and why we associated difficulty with the pit. How do y'all think about that?
Yeah, so right now the pit is a fantastic razor to judge your character against. And I think that this overhaul is effectively turning the pit into the game's backbone, to use kind of a gruesome term, but you know, we're Diablo, so whatever. It's basically turning the pit into the game's backbone of like difficulty. And all other difficulties is kind of derived from that. And it gives us a very predictable and understandable pace for you to experience all other activities in the game based on the pit's difficulty.
Yeah, and that razor is great for pushing difficulty, right? You think about how part of what's really fun, again, about Diablo is that feeling of progression and that feeling of becoming powerful, then taking on a big-ass demon, killing it, getting awesome loot. And what the pit is going to do is you're going to push that difficulty, then unlock new torment tiers, which is going to unlock more efficiency for you. And
Right.
you can sort of think about it as like we've added not just a World Tier 5, but a World Tier 5 and 6 as part of this torment system. And it's something we can continue to.
So when are we gonna get the leveling of gems? Are we gonna get that as well? So we're gonna do these greater rifts. Sorry, I mean pits, and get the level of gems. I mean, this is just D3. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but my problem is that I was not very happy with D3 because it just got very boring. It got very boring, and what they're talking about here is essentially selling us the greater rifts again, and then just trying to call it something else. But all I'm hearing is greater rifts. Glyphs equals legendary gems now. What? What you telling me? What, you can have a glyph to get to level 150? $100? Jesus Christ. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Diablo 3 was very fun to play in the start. And then not so much after that. And if Diablo 4's solution to the problem they're having is to incorporate the things that people liked about D3, we'll see how it goes. It might be good. Even if it's going to be memed on and saying, D4 is slowly turning into or de-evolving into D3. As long as they do it well and people like it, I don't see a problem with it. Maybe that's what they have to do. It's definitely something I hope they wouldn't do, but maybe that's what they need to do. We'll see.
Sort of evaluate and build on as characters become more powerful and we add new ways to sort of play through the system.
Yeah, and I think it's also a lot about consistency across content, right? Currently in the live game, we've got a lot of different levels of different types of things, right? You've got Nightmare Dungeon keys, you've got pit levels, you've got Infernal Horde tiers. And we just kind of realized that, hey, the pit is something that we have, really good delineation between the different levels. So you've got a wide spread of different tiers for that. And that's something we can kind of peg difficulty against across the whole game to make a more consistent experience. When you're in a certain difficulty tier, you're just going to get a more consistent experience across all activities.
DEI is
Right.
killing
Yeah.
gaming. How the fuck
Yeah. So like when you're on
Wait,
tournament,
hold up. How is DEI a part of anything of what they are talking about right now? Nothing. Does this look like Concord? No.
2, you're going to know that all the content you're facing is on the level of Torment 2. But right now on the live game, you know, you go into a pit tier 50 and you're like, okay, it's pit tier 50 difficulty. And then you go into a nightmare dungeon tier 50 and it's a totally different difficulty. And then you go into an Infernal Hordes tier 8 and you're like, wait a minute, this is extremely hard compared to these other ones. They're just not similar, right? And so we want to create a more level playing field so that difficulty is easier to understand.
It's
Yeah,
also
so the pit's like a
about
kind of
leveling.
common language and shared experience for everyone.
Yeah, that's definitely a benefit, and it's also, in some sense, leveling up all the activities. Like, I know that there's some people who really enjoy Whispers, for example, and Whispers just falls off. Like, if you're doing the pit and you're level 100, you're level 90 in the pit, like, Whispers are terrible, right? Like, you're not actually going to run Whispers when you're pushing that deep into the game. But now when sort of things are leveling up with Torment tiers, you have a place to go and sort of juice the efficiency from those different activities, if you like that activity.
Yeah, and this
Yep.
this kind of carries over to other activities, not just Whispers. It's like, you know, your Helltides.
Yeah,
to
the whole
Infernal
world is
Hordes.
leveling, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like which is another thing. Like Infernal Hordes is something that obviously was introduced in season 5, is coming back, and is a permanent feature within the game, and is also going up with the rest of the content.
I think that's a good call. That's a really good call.
Yep. All right. So let's talk a little more about the details of difficulty tiers. So on the right-hand side here, you can see this table. It's basically showing off the associated pit tier with any given difficulty tier.
Wait, look at that. It is not Greater Rifts because there's a cap. There's a cap. You cannot endlessly do it. All of the naysayers have been proven wrong. I actually like that there's a cap. No cap on a stack, no cap. I mean, I think that's really good that there is a cap, like no cap, right? Dead ass, for real. Greater Rifts had a cap at 150. Fuck!
So normal simply starts on 1, and then like we saw before, it goes up by 5 each time until you get to
I
Torment
thought that was
tiers,
endless.
at which point it goes up by 15 each time. So Torment 4 lands on 65, Torment 1 starts on 20. And
There's
in
Endless Paragon,
light of
right.
this, we have changed the highest pit tier to be 100, down from 200. And this doesn't mean that the pit tier 100 is going to be the same difficulty as it is on live. It's going to be harder. So each pit tier you're going up is going to be harder than it was before, effectively. And we also have this pretty neat new system where we have smart keys. And what that means is your things like Infernal Hordes or Nightmare Dungeons, the keys to enter those activities are now going to follow the current difficulty tier that you're on. So if I have an Infernal Horde key and I'm on Torment 3 and I use it, I'm going to go into a Torment 3 difficulty Infernal Horde. And the same is true for Nightmare Dungeons. So we're pretty excited about that change because, again, you know, coming back to all these things we've talked about, where it just kind of makes things easier, just makes life easier.
Yeah, it's a big quality of life change because on live right now you get a bunch of sacred, Nightmare Dungeon keys, and I'm sure everyone runs a ton of World Tier 3 Nightmare Dungeons, right? You definitely don't just pop in to get a sacred weapon, but what I'm getting at is a lot of those keys just end up getting salvaged. And now when all keys can sort of carry weight through various Torment tiers, getting a Nightmare key is this interesting choice of like, well, do I keep
Colin
it
is
or do I
amazing.
run it now? Because if I
He's
keep
really,
it, I can use
he's
it
really
at a
based,
later
like, down to
time.
earth.
It's really about giving the players that choice on when do they want to run this content. We're not just going to invalidate that key and say, oh, in Torment 2, you need to find a new key to do this thing. So I think it's definitely making key management a lot easier and more fluid as well. One thing on the pit, Hazelin, that I think is really interesting is we definitely have rescaled the pit. Tier 100 is sort of like our 200 on live. But I think that's something that we definitely want to keep an eye out on PTR. We don't have any problems with increasing the amount of pit tiers. Like, this is something we can definitely revisit if we see in PTR that you all are insane, which is probably going to happen, and you beat tier 100. We really like that it's a razor and measuring stick, and we don't want to take that away from players. So that's something that we want to get PTR feedback, and we could really use your help in breaking that system and seeing how far you can push it.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. And like we've said on this stream, there are going to be a lot of new player power.
The only one that feels
opportunities
passionate
coming.
Now, I've met Adam Fletcher in real life, and I talked to him multiple times. And when I say that he's very passionate about Diablo, I really mean he is very, very passionate about it. So I'm not sure if you're like, I can't answer for you not feeling that, just listening to him. But this guy is very passionate about the game.
And so, yeah, please show us what you got, as they say. Okay, so let's talk about, let's just dive a little more into the details. I think we went over a lot of this stuff already, but we can kind of go through this slide here. So, yeah, all content in the game exists within an expanded difficulty tier selection, like we were talking about. I think an important thing to call out here is that, for example, Penitent is, if you're comparing it just to like kind of understand what it's going to look like relative to live right now, Penitent's kind of going to end up being like World Tier 2 if you added 45 monster levels on top of it. And that's intended to kind of be the upper echelon of like pre-max level character leveling. So if you really want to amp up the difficulty to as hard as you can make it, like going on to Penitent is where you want to be. And this is just a lovely little visual aid. We've got some cool new icons for these difficulty tiers. Normal, hard, expert, and penitent. It gets harder as you keep going. Okay, so yeah, and we really want this to be like opt-in, not progression locked. And so the vanilla Diablo 4 difficulty tiers kind of operated as progression tiers, right? And what I mean by progression tiers is the moment you get to World Tier 3, as Colin was saying, like you unlock sacred items, maybe you go into a dungeon so you can find a sacred weapon. And these things unlock so quickly and they drop so frequently that you kind of just got this huge burst of power and you never really got to feel that power. And we want to make sure that you are like feeling each upgrade you get in the game and it feels really, really punchy. And we really want these new difficulty tiers to be player guided. Like we want you to be able to make your own decisions on when you're moving on.
Hold up. Hold up. New difficulty tier system aims to be player guided. These are the same people that have explained to us that the type of players playing a game are the type of players that would put max points into every basic skill on their skill tree. And that is one of the main arguments that those type of players wouldn't be able to comprehend a larger skill tree. And that's why they want to keep the twig it is. But now they're fine with having the difficulty tier system be aimed to be player guided. I feel like some consistency in the takes would be good here.
On to the next one and what's the right pace for you. And of course, these new difficulty tiers are going to give you improving rewards. You're going to find more gold, more experience, and you're going to have more loot efficiency per difficulty tier. So the higher difficulty tier you can fight the game on, the more efficient your experience is going to be effectively.
Yeah, and I think that's really...
Go ahead, Charles.
Go. Yeah, I was just saying that's really like what I view as the differentiating factor between what current D4 is and in the new patch 2.0.
Has this guy even talked yet?
If you enter Torment 1,
54 minutes,
and find the best item in Torment 1. You could complete your character and get full best in slot and everything. It's just going to take a while, right? It's going to be less efficient. You're going to be getting less loot. And whereas in the live game right now, right, you just can't find the best things in World Tier 3. You are kind of obligated to go to that World Tier 4. And now, if you're able to clear higher torments with efficiency, that's just going to be the best option for you to find the gear more efficiently, but you aren't forced into Torment 4 to find the best items in the game.
Yeah, that's something I've really liked about it, is that
He speaks.
we get to start the end game a lot earlier with Torment, right? Because there's nothing that you're excluded from. There's no awesome piece of loot that you can't find by Torment 1, and so you get to really start to test your build after it's kind of gotten some real optimization, I think, much earlier into the journey than before.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jeevan. And like a great example of that is what we're doing with the ladder bosses or the lair bosses. All of those unlock in Torment 1.
Where is that from?
The cost to summon them is static.
That
it remains
Indian?
the same throughout all the Torment tiers.
He looks Indian.
And what that means is if you can beat it on a higher Torment tier, you're going to get way more uniques.
That's a cool
so
fucking name.
you get a handful of uniques starting in Torment 1, way more uniques in obviously Torment 4, but the cost, because it remains static, we're not going to ask you to get anything extra like a Stygian Stone. That just means as long as you can kill that Torment 4 boss, you're getting way more efficiency out of that boss. I mean, it really is like this, it feels amazing to sort of progress through those Torment tiers and just unlock way more power opportunity.
Yeah, we don't really have this differentiation of like a regular version of the late game boss, like a regular version of Duriel, and then the tormented echo of Duriel. That's not really a distinction that we have anymore. Whereas like previously it would cost more materials to summon the tormented version, but it would give more rewards. Now it's the same cost across the different torment tiers. It's just if you're able to conquer him on Torment 4, that's where you're gonna get the absolute most bang for your buck in terms of resources in to loot out.
Yeah. And I want to just double down on like Torment 1 is where the end game starts now. And just each torment tier that you're ascending is making your end game, more fun, basically. Because you're going to be getting cooler stuff or more frequently. Okay. So enough about difficulty tiers. Let's move on to some itemization changes. So item strength. We have what I like to call the item power shuffle happening in patch 2.0. Items with item power above 540 are going to be adjusted to 540. And affix bands in lieu of this, or in addition to this rather, are going to be adjusted as well. So yeah, items at the new character level max are going to, they're going to max out.
Does that mean that if the stats are adjusted as well, that means we get less intelligence, which means we get less all resistance from our stats, which means we actually might have to get more resistances?
750. And that's not actually the highest item power that's going to be in the game, and we'll talk about that more in just a second. But most items you're going to be finding once you hit max character level will be item power 750. And
Torment 4
you're
is minus 100%
going to be finding much better item power items from levels 51 to 59. There's going to be
maybe
big
this
item
isn't
power
as
jumps.
bad as it sounds.
So once you start leveling
maybe
your
this will
character
actually be
past
really good.
those original 50
the more I'm
character
listening,
levels,
the better I'm.
you're going to start finding a lot
better
better
I
gear.
like it.
Okay, so let's take a look at what an ancestral item looks like in patch 2.0. Oh, could we? Yeah, let's take a look here real quick. So you'll notice here that this item has 800 item power, which is 50 higher than the max 750 that I was talking about before. You'll also notice on the right-hand side that that is the Torment icon. So ancestral items can be found starting on Torment 1. They're going to become more frequent as you ascend Torment difficulties, but they're still going to stay pretty rare throughout all Torment levels. You'll also notice that the greater affix on this item is highlighted. That is because now whenever you find an ancestral item, they're always going to have one greater affix. They can roll with more, but they will be guaranteed a single one every single time. So let's dive in more into the details.
That, right, Aislinn, is part of finding a greater affix on live right now is sometimes it's on life per second. It's like, oh, okay. Got a greater affix on life per second. But now when you see an ancestral item, it's always going to have a greater affix. And that ancestral eye power bump, the affix bump, is going to feel really good. Even if you miss that affix, it's still a huge upgrade to your character if you haven't found one of these before.
Yeah,
Totally.
and sometimes, right, you get an item that has multiple greater affixes on live, and it's it's not at 925, it's not at the highest item power, and that's kind of a mixed bag, right? Like, well, it's kind of good, but it's a lower item power. And now things with greater affixes will be definitionally at that highest item power.
Yes. Okay, so let's talk about the details here. So sacred items are not going to drop anymore. They're kaput. You're going to be looking at normal items pre-torments, and then you're going to be chasing ancestral items once you are in torment tiers.
Okay.
So yeah, starting in torment 1, they're going to start to drop. As I said, they're going to become more common as you go up, but again, they're going to stay fairly rare. They're never going to, be like the only thing that's dropping. Ancestral items are intended to be where you're finding forever items. So when you find like a really good ancestral weapon, or of whatever slot that you may not have an ancestral item for, that's going to be a big moment. That's going to be an exciting moment where you're going to get something a lot better, because they also have their own affix band as well. So these ancestral items are going to have better affixes than their non-ancestral counterparts too.
Then you brick it, yeah.
Something to note is that greater affixes only drop on ancestral items. You're not going to be finding greater affixes on non-ancestrals. So when you see a greater affix drop on the ground, you're going to know that that is an ancestral item. Ancestral items also have 2 tempering slots, up from 1 on non-ancestrals, and they're masterworkable up to 12, whereas non-ancestrals are masterworkable up to 4. And finally, they are going to have higher aspect ranks too. So you're going to find legendary aspects that become better on ancestral items.
And Charles, we actually added a ton of power to legendary aspects to accommodate this. We didn't just sort of readjust where those power bands are coming from.
Yeah, all of the legendary aspects that now scale a little bit further into the ancestral tier, we basically just tacked on 5 new levels kind of on top of the current value. So you're just going to find even more powerful legendary effects than you have currently in the new ancestral tier.
It's going to be a lot of fun to find those. Okay. Whew, let's move on to Paragon.
Okay, so before we go through, oh god, there it is. Okay, I will say this. So far, it doesn't sound bad. After hearing them explain the whole system, yes, it definitely feels like D3, but maybe this is what they need to make the game good. And I don't want to sit there and complain until I've tried it, because what they've said, it seems all right. Yes, it's D3 all over again in a D4 cover, but maybe it's what they need. Maybe this is what they need to do to make the game good. And hopefully, because I did not like the way D3 turned out in the end. I really did not like that.
So we have some pretty big Glyph updates coming with patch 2.0. There's been a significant rework to how many ranks you can earn on any given Glyph, from 21 to 100, which is a lot of new ranks. But we want to make sure that there's still texture in that system, right? And so because of that, we also have a new a new Glyph rarity, legendary. So once you upgrade a Glyph to rank 46, it becomes a legendary Glyph, which you can see here on the right. This spirit Glyph is level 50, so it's past that 46 mark. It's legendary. You're going to get a Glyph radius increase at rank 15, which is already in the live game. But you're also going to get another radius increase at rank 46 when it becomes legendary.
Why 46?
And this is making them bigger
like
than
50?
they could have been previously. So you're going to get more space with your Glyphs because of this.
Specifically?
And when a Glyph becomes legendary, it also unlocks a significant bonus, more so than it did before. And you can see that on the bottom of this Glyph here. It's got the legendary bonus, increases critical strike damage by 21.6%. And it's very important to note that this is a multiplicative bonus. This 21.6% is not an additive bonus. So you're going to be getting a lot of power from that bonus there. Something else I want to bring up is that glyphs are moving to the pit. So you're going to be upgrading your glyphs in the pit. You're no longer going to be upgrading them in nightmare dungeons. And it's going to be an attempt-based system. So when you finish a pit run, you're going to go to the end, and you're going to be able to have some chances to level up your glyph and increase their ranks. And
again, I didn't play very much of D3 at the tail end of things. Isn't this exactly what they did in D3? And then if you did a certain tier on a lower level glyph, it would be guaranteed upgraded or something like that. I was under the impression that NMD gives masterworking. What? Higher the level, the more likely they will upgrade. Yeah. So they're just straight up genuinely taking. Okay.
if you are in a pit that is 10 tiers higher than your current glyph, you're going to have guaranteed success. And for every 20 pit tiers that that the pit level you're in is higher than your current glyph that you're trying to upgrade, you're going to get bonus ranks so that you can accelerate the process. Do you want to speak more to that, Colin?
That's good, though.
Yeah, I think this is a really important note because you could easily look at the rank 100 and be like, oh my god, the grind is even longer. But based on how that upgrade chance works, it's guaranteed as long as you're beating pit tiers that are higher than your glyph. And then how that bonus math ends up playing out is if you're beating, for example, a pit tier 30, that's roughly somewhere between today's world tier 3 and 4, you can upgrade a glyph from 1 to 15 in 3 runs. So you think about the difference between today's game and patch 2.0, you're getting those glyphs leveled way faster if you're pushing that difficulty. And what we really wanted to do here was we've heard a ton of feedback around how the XP system for Nightmare Dungeons feels really grindy. It also just doesn't serve the Nightmare Dungeons very well, right? It's like, how do I get to the end as fast as possible, but nothing in the dungeon matters, right? And that what that does is in the pit, it's all about speed and efficiency, and it sort of embraces that. And we think that that's just really going to accelerate your pit glyph upgrading speed. And the chance, you could sort of, I want to be really clear with the chance. The chance-based system is essentially there because it felt really bad when it was binary. Like when we said, hey, you need to beat the pit tier, or you need to beat a pit that's 10 levels higher than your glyph, and if you don't, you get nothing. That just felt really bad. So the chance is not there to increase the grind or slow down progression. It's actually just there to protect from like it feeling just terrible to not get literally anything from that run. So again, to be clear, it's 100% chance as long as you're pushing difficulty. We think that this fits the content a lot better. We've heard a ton of feedback around like the pit rewards feeling lackluster, and there's not really a reason to push difficulty. You know, you sort of just want to hone in on like 90 or 101, depending on where you're at in terms of your progression journey on live. This system really encourages you to push and gives you a tangible reward every single time you do it.
Yeah, and I think it's important that there's the consistency of like the communication between, right? So, hey, my glyphs are currently level 50. Well, what kind of pit tier should I be approaching to upgrade these? Well, somewhere in the range of 50 to 60, right? You know, just a little bit higher so that you can keep pushing that harder content. And also, if you have a glyph down at level 1, because maybe you haven't paid attention to that glyph, it's going to level up much faster if you are already proven yourself, proven that you can hang in pit tier 50, for instance. You're going to level those up very quickly.
I think what's also cool is if you have a build that you feel isn't doing as well as you go up in Torment, it makes it a lot easier to kind of snap something back in and catch up faster.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
the further you progress, the easier it is to level those up. So here we have a video basically just showing off what the new UI looks like for upgrading a glyph in patch 2.0. So you can see that it's showing you the current pit level you're on, the current success chance to get a rank up. And something else I want to call out is that when you are, oh yes, right. So this is rank 45 to 46 explicitly, which is the moment where you are increasing a glyph from rare to legendary. And something important to note about that is that it does cost a fairly significant amount of gem fragments as well, but it's giving you that increased radius size and the new multiplicative legendary bonus, which is pretty sick. And here we have an example of showing how the radius gets even bigger in patch 2.0. I want to call out here that the midpoint says level 21. That is not correct. It is level 15 where the radius increases. But yeah, previously there was only one radius increase. Now with legendary glyphs at rank 46, there is a second radius increase.
You need gem fragments, at least to make it legendary.
Okay,
That specific set.
So let's talk about some more stuff related to Paragon. We have realm partitioning for Paragon now, and this is kind of getting into alting that Colin was talking about. We have realm-based Paragon points now. So your Paragon points are going to be shared across an entire realm. And remember that what a realm is like either seasonal softcore or seasonal hardcore or the same for eternal. Those are realms.
So
and
loving an
these
alt is
Paragon
gonna be
points are going to
insane.
stay latent on a pre-level 60 character. And what that means is that, if you have,
Oh,
let's
never
say,
mind.
150 Paragon points on a realm, those Paragon points will remain inactive on any character that's pre-level 60. But once you hit level 60 on that character, they will have those 150 Paragon points. And it's also important to note that any Paragon points you earn on any of your characters in that realm are going to be shared among all characters in that realm. So if you earn 25 or 50 Paragon points on one character and then hop over to your alt, you're going to have 25 or 50 more Paragon points to spend on that character too. And in addition to this change, we have a pretty hefty Paragon level increase. So right now the current max besides Renown and Altar of Lilith bonuses is 200. And we're increasing that up to 300,
25,
which is going to give you a lot more levels to
325?
chase throughout any given season. Okay, and in light of these changes coming to Paragon, we've made some adjustments to the way that...
Fuego with the 41 months. Thanks so much, dude. Appreciate the support, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you.
boards work as well. So because we're offering so much more power with legendary glyphs and they mean so much more to your build, we're looking to set a maximum for the number of Paragon boards that you can equip at any given time. And this is also because, on live right now, the best strategy is to aim for as many glyph slots as possible. You just go off, you oftentimes ignore whatever legendary node bonus you're getting just for the glyph slot. And we want to make sure that you're really focusing on these legendary nodes and that you're focusing on these really cool...
Players may equip up to 5 Paragon boards, including the starter board. So the problem I see with this is build diversity. Yeah, like the problem is build diversity. Because what's gonna happen now is that we're gonna be in a position where we make a guide, or we make a build, be like, okay, build bone spear. The skill twig is so small, so the points where we put the stuff in is going to be pretty straightforward. Everyone's gonna do the same thing, right? That's unavoidable. the legendary powers and unique items and the gearing sometimes differ a little bit between us guide creators. Like I talked to Mac when I talked to Chronix over at Max, so we talked to them a lot. And I was like, sure, we make a guide. There's going to be a lot of similarities because the game doesn't really allow us to make that huge the diversity doesn't really exist that high, right? So there's going to be a lot of similarities, and that's just the way it is. And it's fine. It's all good. Not a problem at all. But if they do this, there's going to be like, this is the best way to do the 5 Paragon boards. This, okay. Once someone's figured that out, all of us guide creators is going to copy that. Why? Because we want to make sure we give the best to the communities that we have. Of course. So now we have very little, if no, diversity on the skill twig. Now we're going to have little to no diversity on the Paragon board. And now when that's included, now we're just going to have small diversities in terms of the decision-making on gearing. Whether or not we're going to use a unique or rare or legendary powers. That literally means that every guide in the entire game are all going to be the same. That's what it sounds like to me. That's scary. That is very scary.
Cool legendary glyphs that you're getting, and really think about those choices instead of gunning for like every single glyph, for example.
This also complements the additional. I was just going to say this really helps complement the additional 100 more levels. Like we've heard a lot of feedback that it feels really flat once you hit 100, that there's just no more progression. You don't really need to kill any of the monsters anymore unless it's explicitly to get the loot drop off of them. And that kind of feels bad, right? Like I'm walking through this dungeon and like I get literally nothing out of killing these monsters. So with the board limit, we've packed a ton of power with additional Paragon levels to grind, a ton of power with the legendary glyphs, but it also creates a situation where once you've achieved all those different things, you don't feel so bad necessarily around not getting to that Paragon level 300. At a certain point, you start to really need to hone in on your build, and those extra Paragon points are going to start providing you more of a show of sort of how badass you are, and give you incremental progress that's a little bit less sort of demanding that you must grind through all of this content to unlock every part of your Paragon board.
Yeah.
Yeah, and something I'm pretty excited about this is that, sometimes on live it can feel like my goal is to get a new Paragon board, and as soon as I achieve that, my goal is to get a new Paragon board and get off the one I just unlocked. And I think this change really lets me kind of explore the boards and think about what specific route optimizations I want to take, and it lets me personalize it a little more, which I'm a pretty big fan of.
Well, I know we have we just went through a ton of content right here with all the changes that are coming for progression to Paragon to itemization. I know it was a lot for people to hear. We will actually have a blog immediately up after the stream that will kind of also explain a little bit more of this to players so that they can actually get a understanding in their own cadence of like what is going to be changing with patch 2.0 for Diablo 4 in regards to some of the progression items. I know, Colin, we're seeing a lot in chat of like, people are noting like, hey, this feels a little D3-ish in ways. I don't know if you wanted to chat or like comment on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm happy to. It's definitely familiar, right? So we thought a lot about like what is the right way to address the player feedback of, we've gotten a bunch of feedback around like World Tier 5, World Tier 6, World Tier 7, right? I want to be able to level up the challenge in the game. I want to be able to get more efficiency. And we wanted to do it in a way that was leaning into what we saw you all were really resonating with, which is getting to the end game faster. And we felt like, okay, well, we could add a World Tier 5 and add ancestral, uber ancestral, and increase the level cap. But that would mean you would just need to grind more to get to that point where you're finding your forever items, doing item modification. And we could add a World Tier 6, uber ancestral, right? And it just sort of made us reevaluate what is important. And it's what's important to us is getting people into the end game, getting people finding their forever items, smashing monsters, getting more powerful sort of item modification and efficiency. So that was part of it. And then the other part of it, I'd say, is I think Diablo 4, more than any Diablo, as had a ton of item customization and power along the leveling journey, which really makes the leveling progression feel different, right? Like if you're tempering, if you're imbuing aspects, if you're really min-maxing your reward scheme, you can really push difficulty tiers early. If you played D3, hard is really the only real difficulty, right? But because we have so many different ways to grow your power, we think that represents a pretty fun challenge of like, how do I take all these pieces and really push as early as I can to get to that max level faster? And one more thing that's really important to note is the jumps between torments are pretty enormous. We don't expect you to sort of play it like today's D3, where you essentially log in, get your Hadrig set, and hop right into Torment 16. The jumps are actually pretty enormous between Torment 1 and 2, and it creates this really fun like progression through those Torment tiers, and it feels like a meaningful step forward when you get into Torment 2 and then a Torment 3. We're hoping this doesn't necessarily feel like a 2-hour sort of journey through the Torment tiers, and then now you're in Torment 4, and that's how you play the rest of the game.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and also one thing I'll add is, shouts to Twitch chat, everything that you say, hey, you like what we're doing, big dub. We appreciate it. Much love for the response. Also, all the people in Twitch chat who are like, I don't like this. This isn't working for me. Much appreciation the same. We're looking at what you're saying, we're thinking about it, and we're going to try to incorporate it and make the game better. And I think it's interesting, I'm seeing the sort of Diablo 3 references, and it's like, from our perspective, if something really worked well in Diablo 3, that's more important to us to like do the thing that the players felt like was working for them than anything else, right? The fact that we've done it before in any form, to me, wouldn't stop us from doing the right thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
And just doing it the right way.
Yeah,
I just said doing it the right way for D4. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
This is the difficulty of doing everything remote. It feels like it's like a Zoom call, but interrupting each other. And also big shout out to Twitch chat for calling out Jeevan's cord management. I've seen that message a few times already. But so thanks, Aislinn. Thank you, Colin. I know Colin's going to be joining us more on a couple other topics, but we still have a lot to talk about in this stream. And the next thing that we do want to talk about is class changes and everything. And so Charles will be taking us through all the class changes for patch 2.0.
This will be very interesting, but before we do so, I'm gonna run in and help Hannah real quick with her daughter. I'm gonna play some guys. There's actually ads already playing. I'm gonna run into the house. I'll be back in a second, guys. So I'll hurry, and then we continue. am back. I have no fear. Sorry about that.
Yeah, awesome. So before we get into some of the slides and details, I just wanted to, thank Colin and Aislinn for talking about all the systemic updates that are coming, how we're going to test your character and how you're going to progress through it. But my topic's going to be a bit more about how, what are the exact abilities and skills and new legendary effects and uniques that you're gonna get to take on these awesome challenges that are set up through the difficulty tier system. And also a slight disclaimer, PTR is a very early build for whatever is going to go live on patch 2.0, and some of the assets that we've captured here are also still early on, and so some of the exact numbers or some of the wording may slightly be changed, so definitely refer to the patch notes, which we're going to be publishing right after the stream, for the exact details and kind of final, in air quotes, numbers that are going to go on the PTR, and of course it still may be subject to change before we actually launch patch 2.0 live. All right, so with that out of the way, let's start talking about some of the tempering changes that are going to come in patch 2.0. So tempering is a system that we introduced back in Season of Loot Reborn, Season 4, that gave you a way to really customize your items and kind of make your build your own. And we've received a lot of feedback on the tempering system, and we're really committed to iterating on and making sure that this system is the best it can possibly be going forward. One of the key points of feedback that we heard was around weapon tempers. So these affixes that you get to attach to your weapons, right? Your weapons are your big, important part of your build and your character. And there was a big disparity here, where some affixes that were on weapon tempering were multiplicatively increasing your player power, right? Things like double projectiles or things of that nature, or bash cleaving, which was a multiplicative bonus. And others, not so much, right? You had some other ones that were more duration or size effect. And they just were hard to compare against each other. And so going forward in patch 2.0, we've made all weapon tempering affixes multiplicative damage increases, oftentimes to very specific skills. And to accommodate this, we already had one bonus projectiles, and now we're going to have new affixes that give skills chance to deal double damage, which means if triggers the chance to deal double damage, the entire skill is just going to do twice as much damage as before. Every hit of it will deal double damage. It's kind of an all or nothing kind of deal. And then the chance to hit twice is the chance for any time it deals damage, you just get an extra hit of damage. And this allows you to trigger things like lucky hit procs or anything that counts the number of times you deal damage. That's going to trigger an extra time with the hit twice. Offensive tempering affixes, these are the ones that can also go on your weapons, but can go on other spots as well. These are going to be additive damage increases. And these will often be to broader categories like bonus fire damage or bonus critical strike damage. And whereas the weapon tempers are often talking to more specific skills. And so here we can see an example with the Shadow Augment's Execution, where we had the Sever projectiles chance to cast twice, but now we've got new ones that are chance for Reap to hit twice. So you cast Reap, and every target you hit, there's just a chance to get 2 hits on that target instead of 1. And Corpse Explosion, whenever you cast Corpse Explosion, there is a chance for the entire skill to deal double damage to every target that it hits. Okay. Additionally, we've moved those size and duration affixes, which we think are really cool and really interesting ways of modifying your skills. We've moved those over to the utility category. So they're not directly competing with these multiplicative damage increases. You're not going to feel bad that, oh, I'm missing out on damage just to make my area hit a little bit larger or to have a longer duration on a buff. So there's not as much opportunity cost to investing in those size and duration affixes, which are still really cool ways to customize your character. We just don't want them to compete with damage. And finally, we know that oftentimes tempering leads itself to, hey, I see this list of 5 or even 6 affixes sometimes. We really are going to try to be limiting tempering recipes to at most 4 affixes that could possibly roll on them, just to give you a little bit better odds of actually hitting the one that you care about than the one that you want, and just be a little bit easier to kind of comprehend. And even so, we're trying to set this limit at 4, but oftentimes we're aiming for just 3 on the recipe, depending on how the grouping them together in ways that make sense. So this is an active area that we're working on, really trying to make sure that it's not quite, it's easier for you to get the right affix out of the tempering recipe by limiting that the number that are on there. All right, next up, we've got changes to ultimate skills. So ultimate skills can now gain skill ranks. This is probably pretty self-explanatory, but just like every other skill in the game, ultimate skills can now be ranked up to rank 5 in the skill tree. And just like every other skill, increasing the skill rank will increase the damage output of your ultimate skills, but it's also going to give you cooldown reduction on these ultimate skills as well. So oftentimes other skills, you just kind of get one or the other, right? Sometimes it's a cooldown reduction, sometimes it's a damage or healing increase. On ultimate skills, you're going to get kind of the best of both worlds. It's going to be increasing the damage output and reducing the cooldown. And finally, effects that do grant bonus skill ranks on this, such as, Harlequin's Crest, the Shaco, that gives plus to all skill ranks. These are only going to apply to ultimate skills that you have already learned in the skill tree. And this is to make sure that you still can only equip one ultimate skill. You can't get plus ranks to all skills and then suddenly have access to 4 ultimate skills. We still don't want that. We still want you to just pick one. But you're just going to be getting, you're going to be able to really juice that ultimate skill up. If you really want to make, lacerate be really strong, that's going to be a powerful effect that you can invest more skill points into. All right, so those are some of the general updates. Let's now talk about the new content coming for each individual class, starting here with our Barbarian. All right, so sometimes you're playing as a Barbarian and you experience a problem, right? You are standing here and there is an enemy over there. What to do? Well, a good Barbarian is going to throw their weapon at the enemy over there to kill them at a distance. Right, so now we've got a new skill called Mighty Throw. It's going to hurl your weapon at an enemy. It's going to deal damage on impact, and then it's going to stick in the ground and do some pulses of damage over time. So even if the initial impact doesn't kill them, there's going to be some extra pulses there. Additionally, we've got some upgrades for it, just like our other skills. Enhanced Mighty Throw is going to increase your attack speed while the weapon is out. And then you can either opt in a Fighter's Mighty Throw, which is going to give bonuses to that pulsing damage. It causes your weapon swaps to pulse for more and give you a bit of barrier. Or you can opt into Warrior's Mighty Throw, which is going to dramatically increase the initial impact damage, and it's going to stun enemies on impact. Let's take a video clip of this in action. All right, so we've got Barb, just simple example here with a few enemies. It throws out this, ephemeral version of the weapon, lands, deals a big chunk of damage.
Is it just me, or have Diablo always been good at making good-looking abilities? Like, make them actually look amazing, so they stick out, right? And look powerful. So why does this look like it's throwing some sort of
Let's take a video clip
odd-looking
of this
twig
in action.
that's glowing?
All right, so we've got Barb, just simple example here with a few enemies. It throws out this, ephemeral version of the weapon.
I'm not looking at the damage. I'm looking
lands,
at
deals a big chunk of damage, and then pulses over time before returning back to you.
the FX.
I was a huge fan of double throw in Diablo 2, so this is really exciting.
Yeah, it looks sweet too. It's kind of like bluish yellow.
It looks
like
I don't care
kind
about the
of,
performance.
Color scheme.
I'm talking
VFX looks
visually.
awesome on it.
So range barb is definitely happening in patch 2.0.
Welcome to
For sure. If you want to spec really heavily into this, yeah, you're going to be throwing weapons out like crazy.
Thanks so much for the 22 months.
All right, so we've
man.
also got
Appreciate
some
that.
new key passives and new legendary Paragon nodes for every class here. So for Barbarian, we've got Barbed Carapace. This is a key passive, so it's going to increase your thorns based on how much fury you're spending. And whenever you cast a skill with a cooldown, it's going to grant you unhindered for a duration, which allows you to move through enemies. And then enemies that are close to you are going to take or going to take damage from your thorns every second. You're going to kind of pulse damage of your thorns every second. Now this is really cool. It really enables Thorns Barb, which we had a little bit of support for. But one of the big problems of Thorns is that you really wanted enemies to hit you and hit you quickly. And this gives you another alternative to deal bonus damage or to really pay off for building up all that thorns with this new key passive. Additionally, we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Force of Nature. Your Earthquakes have a chance to spawn Dust Devils, and your Earthquake damage is going to be increased by your damage against close enemies. So this is really plays into these Earthquakes and Dust Devil effects, which we kind of call sub-powers internally. These effects that are not skills that you cast directly, but some of your legendary effects will spawn these Earthquakes and Dust Devils. This is just a new way to really power those up and blend them together in the same build. Additionally, we're adding some new passives to the skill tree. and this has really helped to give you a way, along with ultimate skill ranks, to spend a lot of those new points that you're getting by leveling up from 50 to 60. Those new skill points you're getting, we're giving you some new ways to invest those. All right, we also got some new items, of course. We've got the Ugly Bastard Helm, a new unique helm for barbarians. And it makes you so ugly that whenever you are berserking, all of your damage is converted into fire damage. And so that's really interesting. Barbaries
What does
always
that have
had
to
this
do with
little bit
being
of
ugly?
light fire theme. You had a few different effects that dealt fire damage. And
Oh, the
now if
name.
you really want to play a
Sorry.
fire barb, this is the unique helm for you. Also playing into that, we've got Aspect of Flaming Rampage, which causes your charge to deal some fire damage, and Aspect of Shuddering Steel, which will cause your Steel Grasp and Iron
Wow,
Maelstrom to
Kaka.
do some bonus physical damage.
They added roots to the game, and then Kaka says,
All
"Gas,
right,
you guys
moving on
overhaul
to the
mode."
Druid.
These are my
the
mods,
Druid
guys.
gets a new skill, a new core skill, in fact,
Oh!
called Stone Burst. And this is a core skill that's channeled. It kind of has a very unique kind of input mechanism compared to pretty much any other skill.
It
in
deals
Diablo
more than
4.
17 damage.
And as you're channeling it, you target an area, and as you channel it, the affected area grows in size over about 1 second of channeling. And at any point, you can release the channel, and it's going to deal a big burst of damage to whatever size you kind of landed on there. You could tap it really quickly and just do 1 pulse of damage to a small area, or you can channel up for a little bit longer and hit a much wider area, depending on the exact combat scenario you find yourself in, or how the enemies are distributed on the battlefield here.
How many
Of course,
stone
we've got
abilities
our
does Druid
upgrades
have right
that
now?
increase damage to the enemies hit in the initial
Why is
radius.
Druid always bulky
really doubling
looking?
down on that single target capability of a core skill. And Primal Stone Burst.
Because they are the reason we don't have a
and
cow
Raging
level.
Stone
They
Burst
ate all
will
the cows.
dramatically increase the spirit cost, but also give it a ton more damage. So if you have a ton of spirit generation, then that might be the upgrade you look for in Stone Burst. Let's see a video of this in action. All right, so you see it ticks up. There's like 3 different levels, like small, medium, and large.
That looks
in this
dope.
one, the Druid kind of held it for a while, but you could release it at any time. And so here you see just kind of rapid firing a lot of quick, small shots, just because they knew that would be enough to clear out the enemies here.
That's pretty
And also
cool.
while you're channeling, it does some pulses of damage to
Except
enemies in that
there's
area
a channeling
as well.
ability.
The channel explosion is so satisfying to blow up just so many monsters.
Yeah, it gets
It
huge,
really feels
and
amazing.
it looks so sweet too. I really hats off to the VFX artists who worked on making these look so beautiful. The new skills here. All right, so of course, Druid also has new passives, a new key passive called One with Nature that really empowers companion builds. We've heard a lot that players love playing with companions. They're wolves, they're poison creepers, they're ravens, and this is going to be the key passive for you. So all of your companion skills gain an additional companion, and they deal increased damage. And there's also a little bonus, basically, with you gain the passive effect of all of the companion skills. Now, if you're taking this key passive, you're probably taking these companions anyway, but just in case, your build is such that, well, I just want to take, 2 out of the 3, right? I can put wolves and poison creeper on my bar, but, maybe you don't have enough skill slots to put in ravens. You're still going to be able to get the passive effect of that when you take this key passive, because we just want you to have tons of these companions, really leading the charge here. We've also got Untamed, a new legendary Paragon node that plays right into this One with Nature key passive. Casting a companion skill is going to increase the companion active skill, will grant you bonus ranks to all of your companion skills for a time to really buff up the damage of those. Just like before, we've got some new passives coming into the skill tree as well. I think some of these might have some temporary icons on them. So like I said, these were from an early build. Some of the icons or very specific art might be adjusted. So bear with us. This is the nature of PTR and early development. All right, moving on to some of the items. Oh no, we've got a video. Oh right, a video of really leading a wolf pack here, right? So this includes wolves with the Storm's Companion to turn them into lightning werewolves. And I'm sure there's some other ones here, like aspect of the Stampede is probably involved. You just have, what is that, 7 wolves following you around?
Hoping for better
you
D4
really get to
minions.
lead the wolf pack with this.
This is the best video in our presentation. Well, actually,
man.
no, sorry. This is the second best video in our presentation. You guys will see the best video in our presentation. But yeah,
this
so
is
good.
actually really cool.
For all you werewolf lovers out there, this one is going to be really sweet. I'm really looking forward to playing with this in patch 2.0. All right, so new
But where's the
items. So
necro?
they've got
Give me the
Stone of
necro.
Vehement.
Come on.
This is a unique totem that's going to empower your Stone Burst, the new core skill. So channeling it is going to grant you some damage reduction, and the final explosion will deal increased damage based on how long you were channeling it. So this just really encourages you to build it up to that max size and let off a huge explosion. And gives you some damage reduction, so you're kind of standing still for a bit. That's okay. You get a bit of bonus damage reduction. We've got a little bit more legendaries on Druid than the other classes, just because Stone Burst being a core skill. We know that the kind of bar to make a core skill really viable and useful, it does need a good amount of legendary items to support it, to really make a full build out of it. So that's why we've added 2 legendaries here for Stone Burst. We've got the aspect of Anticline Burst, which causes Stone Burst to deal increased damage. And if you cast it at or above 100 spirit here, it's going to immediately be at that maximum size. So you don't necessarily need to channel it as long as you are casting it when you have a lot of spirit. This synergizes really well with the Earth and Might key passive, which gives you full
that
spirit
sounds
when it
insane.
triggers. So you can trigger Earth and Might and then
So you can just tap fire or big explosions then.
We've got aspect of Shattered Defenses, which alters Stone Burst in a rather interesting way. It causes Stone Burst causes enemies to take increased damage from your other skills for a time and reduces Stone Burst spirit cost. This kind of converts Stone Burst away from necessarily being your primary damage source to being a bit more of a setup skill, right? You can kind of debuff enemies, and then you can find some interesting builds where you have other ways of spending your spirit, maybe another core skill or boulder or some other primary damage source, and then you can use Stone Burst to kind of set up that build. Really interesting to see how players, what kind of builds you make with Shattered Defenses. Additionally, we've got aspect of the Rabid Bear, which empowers your Grizzly Rage to apply rabies and increases your poison output. Stormcrow, which is just lightning ravens. Your ravens are now lightning. It looks awesome. And aspect of the Agile Wolf, which gives Shred a 4th attack. Shred normally is like a 3-part combo, and now it's a 4-part combo that deals even more damage on that 4th hit, and it's going to knock down enemies as well. All right, so that is Druid. Really looking forward to playing some Druid in 2.0. But let's move on to the Necromancer, because we've got a lot to get through.
Wait, an ultimate?
We've got Soul Rift. This is a new Darkness ultimate skill. So Necromancers kind of had 3 ultimates already. They had one that was blood, one that was bone, and one that was related to summoning. And now we've kind of completed it, and we've added a darkness or shadow damage ultimate. Soul Rift creates an area around your character, kind of follows with you, that just constantly deals damage over time. And it's going to be sucking out the souls of enemies who you're hitting. And every time it sucks out a soul from an enemy, you're going to gain some essence, and you're going to gain a barrier. So you can stack up this barrier. It helps you be survivable, and it deals, really good damage over time. Supreme Soul Rift gives you bonus damage for every soul that you absorb, and Prime Soul Rift causes the soul absorption to also apply vulnerable. Let's take a video of this in action here. Right, so enemies all coming up.
Super useful, Charles, right? Now that you have another way to give yourself defenses. Necro has historically had some trouble with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important part here. And when we get to the next slide, talking about some of the passives, I'll highlight. We're adding a bit more barrier into the Necromancer's kit. Blood Necromancers always had a really easy time surviving. They had a lot of fortify and a lot of max health. And really, the other ones, like the Bone and Shadow Necro, didn't have quite as much survivability. And so now we're introducing more barrier in more places to ensure that kind of non-blood Necromancer builds, the Shadow and the Bone.
I like this.
Necros, have a bit more survivability and are able to scale into that late game pretty well.
So you want to keep it up time, like 100%.
As I mentioned, the new passive. So they have a new key passive called Affliction. That there's this new concept of Affliction where applying vulnerable, crowd control, or shadow damage over time effects to enemies will apply them with Affliction, which is going to make them take increased damage from you and your minions. Additionally, when you apply a curse skill to someone or to an enemy who has this affliction, you're going to do a big chunk of shadow damage. So this kind of turns your curse skills, your Decrepify and Iron Maiden, into offensive skills. You can curse an area and then they take a big chunk of damage as well. And then this will scale up with the bonus damage that you've dealt,
Bone
or
Storm
that you,
2.0,
or
yeah.
the bonus affixes that you have for that crowd control, vulnerable, and shadow damage. And along that same theme, the new legendary Paragon node Frailty is going to cause cursed enemies to take more damage from you, and so it plays very nicely with the Affliction key passive. And once again, more skill tree passives to spend those extra points on. And I want to highlight Necrotic Fortitude here in the upper right that gives you, it's just a generic passive that gives you a chance, a lucky hit chance to gain a barrier. And so that's going to be really good for anybody who wants just a bit more bump of survivability and to play into the more barrier focused on Necromancer.
Nice.
Yeah, going back to Affliction really quick, I love the idea of using my curses offensively, like as a damage skill. I think that's going to be such a blast.
Yeah, it's
Literally.
really cool to just, yeah, definitely gonna be blasting with them. I think it's really thematic too. I love playing with it.
It pairs really well with the utility changes. Now that we have way more size increases in utility, it gives you so many more utility options. Those curses get pretty huge, and it feels great.
Yeah,
for all of us who just want to win by debuff spamming, I love that one.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about some of the new items coming for Necromancer here. So we've got a new unique item, the Unmaker, a unique helm. This is going to empower the Soul Rift, the new ultimate skill. Of course, you gain some skill ranks to Soul Rift, because now ultimate skills have skill ranks. And every 30 essence that you spend while Soul Rift is active will increase its duration up to 8 seconds. So as long as you're active and kind of spending the essence with the Unmaker, you're going to have a very long duration of Soul Rift. And then for every essence that you gain while it's active, which absorbing the souls does trigger essence gain, you're going to do a pulse of damage around you, some bonus damage. And so it really encourages you to just keep Soul Rift up all the time, be constantly gaining and spending the essence, and it's going to be really, really fun to make that build work. Additionally, we've got Reaping Lotus aspect. This empowers your Sever, your core skill. Sever will no longer return to you. Previously, Sever was kind of an out and back situation. Now it just goes out, and then it splits into 3 specters at the end, deals some extra bonus damage, and then that's the end of the Sever. So it really does empower it on the swing out, and looks really cool. We got aspect of Fell Gluttony that empowers your Golem. Whenever you cast your Golem's active, deals a big pulse of damage around it. And your Golem will then consume corpses to reduce its cooldown. So anybody who really wants to build around making your Golem as strong as possible, this is going to be the aspect for you. And finally, we've got Phasing Poltergeists aspect, which causes your Bone Spirit to split into 3 spirits that deal a percentage of the damage as well. I think we got a video clip of this one because it looks really sweet. So you cast Bone Spirit at one target, and then it spawns 3 little mini Bone Spirits to seek out nearby enemies as well. So it kind of gives you increased area of effect, and if there's just one target, of course, it'll reconverge back on that same target as well, but also just adds a bit more AoE capability for your Bone Spirit build.
That's pretty cool.
Very
Needed
cool.
as well.
All right, so Rogue. Rogue gets Dance of Knives. This is a new channeled skill for Rogue. It's an agility cutthroat skill. And it also has a pretty interesting mechanic where it has some charges that will recharge, and the
Necro looks really good. I
how
like the
long
unique
you
as
can
well.
channel it is based on how many charges you have. It's going to take 1 charge per second of channeling, but there's no
Thank you,
energy
Robert. Have a good
cost
one, dude.
or just like a normal cooldown. Here you can just channel it as long as you have charges. And while you're channeling, you're going to be spinning around. You're going to be throwing knives at enemies nearby. And you're going to gain some movement speed and dodge chance. Really is kind of like a spin to win kind of build on Rogue here.
What do you mean?
You got Enhanced Dance of Knives, which gives you some charge refund as you're moving with it, because that's what we really want to encourage is this constant motion, this forward momentum. And Methodical Dance of Knives drops some stun grenades when you finish channeling, or Disciplined Dance of Knives will slow enemies and has a chance to pierce through the enemies that you're throwing the daggers at. Let's take a look at this in action. So here we got the Rogue just going spinning, throwing some daggers around at everyone, and yeah.
This is awesome for speed farming. This is like the best speed farming skill.
And that animation is just amazing.
Absolutely. And you can see there at the end they had the upgrade that drops a bunch of stun grenades at the end. Obviously, enemies were all dead, but if you use this to get into a big cluster of enemies, then you stop the channel, you drop some stun grenades, reset some of your charges, and you're good to start spinning again. Ton of fun.
Yeah, those are perfect for like you run into an elite pack after slaughtering a bunch of normals and it just annihilates the elites. It feels amazing.
Yeah. All right, so we've got new passives as well. New key passive is Alchemical Admixture, and this is empowering your non-physical damage. So rogues can do poison, shadow, and cold through their various imbuements. And when you deal 3 different types of that non-physical damage, the potency of your imbuement skills is going to be dramatically
To be
increased
fair,
for a time.
The necro
And the
actually
more
did good.
bonus damage that you
Fuck
build on
the-
your gear for bonus poison, shadow, or cold damage,
necro
the
stuff
further
looked
that
fucking
potency gets
amazing.
increased.
Like the uniques
Really
and
encouraging
everything,
you
the
to
poltergeist
mix and
stuff,
match the
Bone
different elements.
Spirit
It's really
looks
thematic
solid
with,
as
the
fuck.
alchemical kind of theme, and really supporting a build of rogue that we've kind of
King
had in the
Pix
game, but
build,
really
what's
wanted
the
to give it
difference,
robust
Wicked,
support
on
for the
that
key
one compared to the
passives.
one I have a guide for, the one I
And also
played?
we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Dance Macabre, which encourages this kind of 1-2 combo of casting a mobility or subterfuge skill, increases the damage of your next skill, whatever it might be, by quite a
Yeah,
substantial amount.
Golem being
So you
interesting
can,
as fuck as well.
cast your dash, and then position yourself, cast a big rain of arrows, and it hits very hard. Very cool, and actually impacts your moment-to-moment rotation as well. And of course, we've got the new skill tree passives as well. All right, new items. We've got the Pit Fighter's Gall. This is the ancestral unique ring. Or sorry, just it's a unique ring. It's not necessarily, you can find it before ancestral tier. And this Pit Fighter's Gall will empower your smoke grenade. So your smoke grenade skill will increase your critical strike damage, and then leave a cloud of shadows behind. And while you're within that cloud of shadows, you're going to be constantly regaining stealth.
Well, I am responsible for every single Necromancer build guide on Icy Veins.
And so there's a lot of interesting ways you can play off of triggering going into or out of stealth. And Pit Fighter's Gall is just going to really enable that when you cast Smoke Grenade. We've got Aspect of Star Shards. This is a new legendary to directly support Dance of Knives. And the daggers from Dance of Knives have a chance to shatter, creating more shards of metal that deal bonus damage. And you can now use combo points on Dance of Knives to further increase the channel duration if you've opted into the combo points specialization. Aspect of Poisonous Clouds plays well with Pit Fighter's Gall. When you gain stealth, you create a cloud of poison damage. And Aspect of Splintering Shards, there's just a chance whenever you're hitting a frozen enemy to create some ice spikes. So if you're freezing enemies because you're playing Alchemical Admixture and using Cold Imbue, Splintering Shards might be a good aspect for you as well. All right, moving on to the Sorceress. The Sorceress gets a new conjuration skill called the Familiar. This is a conjuration skill that is all 3 elements. It is a shock skill, a pyromancy skill, and a frost skill.
Oh, so Summoner Swords.
There's 3 charges of it, so you can cast it back to back, and you summon a familiar of the element of your last skill cast.
That is so
cool. If you just cast a pyromancy skill, you're going to summon a fire familiar. If you just cast a lightning skill, you'll summon a lightning familiar, and same with a cold, you'll summon a cold familiar. And with the enhanced effect, these familiars will do a bonus effect. So the fire familiar will constantly apply some burning to enemies that it's around, the cold familiar will chill, and lightning familiar will stun. And of course, their damage type is going to be based on what type they are, so that it'll benefit from all of your bonus fire damage.
And that aura, Charles, is really great, right, to tap into some of the the passives on the sorcerer.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if there's a lot of passives that say, hey, you get bonuses against burning enemies, for instance. Now, if you have the fire familiar, that's going to really easily be able to apply that constantly, and you're going to have pretty high uptime on having familiars out because of the way the charge and duration works. Let's take a look at this in action. All right, so initially we cast a frost familiar here, right? It's jumping around and it's landing, it's dealing frost damage. Then we cast a fire skill. Now we get a fire familiar jumping around and kind of dive bombing on enemies. And then finally we get a shock familiar, a lightning familiar here that's going to deal lightning damage. So you can kind of mix and match these depending on what skills you use, what combination you cast them in. And it's really flexible. It fits into a lot of different builds. Even if you're just a pure, say, fire sword, and you just want to do fire damage, you just want to do burning, this could still fit because you're just going to be able to summon the fire familiar. But it really reaches its maximum potential as you're kind of mix and matching these to suit the situation and apply the debuffs that you want onto the enemies.
That is
You can
pretty
have quite a
cool.
few of these out. For the Sega demonstration, I think we only have a couple of them out on screen, but I think you can have up to like
Yeah.
6, right?
Yeah, you can have up to 6, and that would make a lot more
They
sense
look
once
pretty
we
cool
get
though.
to
I'm assuming you'd be
talk
spamming
about some of
these.
the unique items that are coming with this patch.
I don't know.
But first, let's talk about the new passives, and we've got Enlightenment. This really also plays into the concept of mixing and matching the elements. You see it's got all 3 kind of colors on there. Casting a skill grants a stack of Enlightenment, or 3 stacks if your skill was a different element to the one before. So you're alternating here. And whenever you gain max stacks, you're going to become enlightened, and you get a ton of bonuses for being in this enlightened state. But then it drops off over time. It's really a reward for mixing and matching those elements, more so than any other key passive we've had on Sorc before. And similarly with the legendary Paragon node fundamental release, each fire, lightning, cold attack you make against an enemy increases the damage they take from all sources by 10%. So you really need to hit them with all 3 types to gain the maximum bonus here. All right, on to the unique items. So Side bindings. This is a unique gloves, and this plays right into the familiar. So whenever you cast familiar with this unique on, you're going to summon all 3 elemental variants at once. However, it does come with a bit of restrictions on it. So familiar's duration is going to be dramatically increased, and its cooldown reduced, but you're going to have 1 less charge of it. So you won't be able to spam this quite as much, but you press the button once or twice, and then you get the max for familiars out. They're all over the screen, and they're going to last for quite a long time with this unique glove. So it's going to be really, really powerful too. If you're all about this conjuration build, all about amping up the power of the familiar, it's an awesome unique for that. Additionally, we've got new legendaries for the aspect of overheating. After channeling Incinerate for a time, you're going to deal bonus damage to the target. And casting Incinerate will refresh and maintain the bonus. So really just powering up your Incinerate. Charged Flash, this empowers charged bolts. And after you hit a certain number of enemies with charged bolts, your next 3 casts of charged bolts will no longer send out bolts. They're going to send out big waves of lightning that deal even more damage, and it's always going to be a crit. And then aspect of Elemental Constellation, once again, more about the mixing and matching of all 3 elements. Casting one of the elemental skills will summon a matching type elemental dagger that'll pierce through enemies. And the damage of that dagger is going to be increased if you get all 3 of the different element types in that time frame. All right, so I think, we've got new Mythic uniques. Of course, how could I forget? New Mythic unique items. These are the strongest items in the game. We've got Shroud of False Death. And I think the really cool part about this is it's just inherent affix. It's going to grant +1 skill rank to all passives. And this is really awesome as we're adding new passives into the skill tree. This is just a ton of power for this new unique chest. And its effect is, if you haven't attacked in the last 2 seconds, you're going to gain stealth and bonus movement speed. Now, stealth historically has just been a mechanic that has been on rogues and a little bit on druids with the werewolf builds. But now every class, if you get this mythic unique, is going to have some access to stealth. You can drop out of combat for a little bit, and then you get into stealth, and you get tons of movement speed to maybe move on to the next pack or move somewhere else in the dungeon.
And it's a really simple line, all passives, but it's literally all passives, which is insane. Like it's incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. And we've also got the Heir of Perdition, a mythic unique helm. And this one has an interesting effect. So it says, give into hatred and earn Lilith's favor, increasing your damage dealt by 60%. So just baseline, this is a huge damage bonus. And the second line here says, slaughtering enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from, or slaughter enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from nearby allies. So this means if you're playing in a group with somebody else who happens to have the Heir of Perdition equipped, you are able to steal Lilith's favor from them. Lilith will only favor one of you, and you actually gain double the bonus of this, right? If you steal someone else's favor, you get 120% bonus damage, and they would get 0. But if you're just playing this solo, no one else has Heir of Perdition around, it's just a flat 60% bonus damage, which is still a ton and very impactful for a mythic unique.
Okay.
All right, I believe that is actually everything. Wow, that is so much new class content, new skills, new legendaries, new everything. And I didn't even get to talk about some of our other, more regular class balance changes, updates to existing skills and legendaries. So make sure you definitely check out the patch notes. There is still more changes to come, but we're already really deep into this campfire chat, and we didn't want to extend it too much longer. So make sure you check out the patch notes for all the details on those other changes.
Fair
coming as
enough.
well.
Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you so much, Charles. I know we have gone through a lot of information. We're in hour 1.5 of this campfire chat. As I said, and I mentioned on social, like this is going to be a very beefy campfire chat. We still have two more things that we do want to really cover off. And as Charles had mentioned, there are a lot of other class changes that we didn't actually fit within the presentation, like a lot of balance specific items. So that will be on patch notes, and patch notes will be available on our blog for PTR immediately after the stream. So please check that out. We are going to jump into some quality of life items. And so, Colin, do you want to take us through some quick quality of life items I'll be coming with 2.0?
Yeah, I'll go quick so we can get to the super exciting, cool thing. Yeah, so the first one here is you can now select your preferred town portal location.
Oh.
So how that's going to work is you're going to open up the map and hover over any of the waypoints, and when you right click on it, it's going to set that as essentially your preferred location, and whenever you town portal, it's going to take you there. So this is really helpful for when you're doing whispers, for example. You just set the tree of whispers as your preferred location, do some whispers. When you press T, you go right there. You don't have to open up the map, then click on the waypoint, then click on accept. Like, it's all very seamless, and it's just removing a lot of the inputs that you have to do to get back to town quickly. The next thing here is we're adding a dungeon key inventory tab for things like nightmare sigils.
Nice.
So that just gives you more space for more activities, so much room for activities. The next one here is we've done a pretty substantial rework of monster CC, and this is in the spirit of we want to have really clear sort of delineations between normal monsters and elite monsters, and we didn't like how often you were getting slowed down and how mandatory unstoppable could feel. So, it always felt bad to be fighting this huge horde of enemies, and you see this elite, and you're paying attention to the elite, and then like this goat man Mauler comes up and like sneak attacks you and knocks you down for 3 seconds, and that's the thing that kills you. That always felt like bullshit, right? So what we've done is we've sort of overhauled a lot of the normal monster CCs to be quick and snappy. Like, you still feel them, you kind of want to avoid them still, but they're much less sort of the reason why you die entirely. So the vampire impale, when like the two-hander like comes and stabs you and stuns you for 3 seconds, that's turned into an immobilize. So you can't move, but you can just smack him in the face. And then the werewolf leap is another great example where previously they'd come out of stealth and like leap attack on you, and you get dazed and you'd walk around confused, and now they just does a quick knockback. This next change here is small, but I think it's a blaster's delight, which is all the monsters that had really long death animations all die instantly. You don't have to wait for the loot to hit the ground. It's very satisfying. The big ass like spider hosts that crawl towards you, when you kill them, they pop instantly, and all the spiders go and hit the walls, and it feels great. The zombies feel really good too. Like they pop instantly when you kill them, and it's a very satisfying experience. So this should speed up combat quite a bit, and it just feels really good. The next thing here is their socketable inventory tab, another tab for you to put socketables like gems and other socketables. And then there's also an additional stash tab that we're going to add. The next thing, if we could roll the clip, we took out just about all the all would go up, and then like click on the plunger and don't get hit by the spikes. That's all been replaced entirely with just monster packs of varying sizes, and it's just way more seamless. In this case, we only rolled some normal monsters, but sometimes it's a couple of elite packs. You never really know what you're going to get. It's like a Easter or a Kinder egg, I should say, and it just helps the dungeon flow substantially, like to just sort of blast through those things. And then a handful of dungeons have had their procedural logic updated, just so there's more variation in the layouts. So when you play it, just going to roll out differently. This is really just iterating on our dungeon set to make them feel much more sort of flow-inducing, not slowing you down. And then the next one here is minor, but it actually feels pretty good, and it has a big impact on the game. When you get those Paragon and level up notifications, we're actually going to tell you how many. So sometimes you'll realize, oh my god, I have like 15 skill points I can spend. And it actually tells you the number. It's a nice quality of life change. So I think that's everything.
Awesome. Thank you, Colin, for running through quickly. I appreciate the efficiency of going through all the quality of life changes. Now I know Jeevan has been very quiet over here. He's only chimed in a little bit. And we do want to talk about a new thing that is coming to Vessel of Hatred specifically, and for Vessel of Hatred players. So, Jeevan, will you talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, so it's my privilege to kind of talk about a feature that the whole team's been working very hard on that we haven't really mentioned much. And we looked at the expansion. We had all these cool things, Torment, new class skills, Spiritborn, but we thought there was a hole, and we wanted to particularly give build crafters a new way to play for Vessel of Hatred. This is for folks who, like me, whose dream cooking show has nothing to do with British baking, but instead would be called Colin's Kitchen. Twitch chat, if you would binge Colin's Kitchen, let us know. Yeah, let's. And I think some of you already kind of have an idea. So yeah, let's get into. As some of you already know, we're going to be talking about runewords.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So let's start with a little background. So runewords were in Diablo 2, and they were a very powerful way of augmenting gear with socketable content. And there's a lot of good sort of nostalgic feelings. They were popular. They were remembered fondly. You can look on the right. That's one of the most iconic examples from Diablo 2. The name is Enigma, and you would make it with runes GHAZZY, and it would get you some really cool skills that would come out of it when you put it all together. And for Diablo 4, we wanted to retain the soul of what Diablo 2 runewords did, which is combining socketable components and creating more powerful items. But we also wanted to do something that felt appropriately fresh and new. And we wanted to lean into what's unique about the modern game to make the Diablo 4 version of runewords and make it stand on its own and really feel like the right version to be given to players.
Yeah, and what was so awesome about Diablo 2 runewords, right? Was you got this set of runes that made a god item, right? And it broke the rules, like being able to teleport on other classes. Like, what the hell? Barbarian is teleporting across the screen? We really wanted to embrace that in a way that extended builds and didn't necessarily enforce you must play with this item. And we're really excited to share.
Wait, what do you mean not extended force to play? The only way you made a minion build perform in D2 was to have Enigma.
Manifested, right?
Yeah, and you all have a lot of builds that you started with from the base game, and we want to add on to those.
Make your own spells?
So, what are runewords? They're a way for you to make your own spells. So there are two types of runes. There's runes of ritual, and they specify actions from the player that they have to trigger. So you can see the example here of the Yule rune, which is a legendary quality rune of ritual. You have to cast a skill, which has a cooldown. So, Frost Nova or something like that. Then you have runes of invocation. And these grant powerful effects as a result of satisfying those runes of ritual. So the example here, the Gar rune, gives you 2.5% critical strike chance for 5 seconds. And you can stack up to 10 times, up to 25%. And you can mix and match these. There'll be a lot of different runes of ritual and runes of invocation, and you can put them together as you see fit. So when you combine a rune of ritual and rune of invocation, you pair them together, you put them in an item with 2 sockets, boom, you form a rune word. And as you can tell, there's going to be rarity. We're going to have magic, rare, and legendary, and the higher rarity runes will have more potent conditions or effects. So one of the important elements of this is called offering, which is the rune resource system. So your runes of ritual will generate offering, and they're meant to feed into their linked runes of invocation so that they can consume that offering. And the sort of more demanding rituals that we would ask of you as a player gain you more offering. At the same time, the more powerful invocations that you would try to get require more offering. And so there's sort of like shared economy there. So if you can look at these runes on the right, you get 50 offering for casting a skill with a cooldown, and this rune only requires 25 offering for it to trigger. That's where overflow comes in. Overflow is when an invocation receives an offering in excess of what's needed to trigger it. But put more simply, we want you to have a mix and match system, but we want the pieces to be not super hard that they can't fit together easily when they have some rough edges. So many invocations can get different bonus effects when overflowed. Some of them might get increased radius to the effect. Some of them might get increased duration, but it'll always be proportional to the overflow amount. So as an example here, the Gar rune only requires 25 offering, and it's getting double that, which is 50 from the Yule rune. So every time you cast this skill with a cooldown, you'll get 2 stacks of 2.5% critical strike chance, or 5% crit strike. And so that's kind of how you get to play with this system, and you get to optimize it in different ways.
Okay.
And it creates a lot of flexibility,
bad.
right? Even like if you do a really demanding ritual trigger, for example, on a really low offering rune of invocation, it's almost a way to start scaling that rune of invocation in a completely different way beyond just triggering the rune.
Exactly. Yeah, it lets us as developers be more flexible in creating wide ranges of effects. You know, sort of small ones, big ones, and also the same for the rituals. And you get to kind of decide which ones you think fit your build or are cool. And we do our best to make sure that you can almost cook up anything.
It's half an hour to go. I need to go to the toilet. God damn it.
So a few rules. Runes can be socketed into items with 2 sockets.
Yeah, bio break.
We've added another item to get 2 sockets for Vessel of Hatred. So you'll have your helm, your 2-hander, your gloves, your helm, 2-hander, pants, and chest. They can only be paired with a rune of the opposite type. So you have to pair a rune of ritual with a rune of invocation.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a maximum of 2 runewords equipped. You can't equip the same rune twice. And they're available for users who own Vessel of Hatred. They stack in your inventory in the new socketable inventory tab, which will also have your gems. Mm-hmm. And runes are tradable between other players who own Vessel of Hatred. And they unlock with a quest in the campaign, both runes dropping as loot, but also rune crafting, which we'll get into later. And they drop at a higher rate in the Undercity, which is a specific place you can farm them. So now let's get into some clips here. We get to actually see it in action. Okay. So this is a barbarian, and
we can
the
see
rune
that
of ritual they have is travel 5 meters. Very simple. And they're going to join that to the earthquake, which is a legendary aspect that you've already seen before, which requires 100 offering. So you see, we'll put them together in this item, and then all they have to do is just run around. Boom, earthquakes dropping.
Insane with the Paragon legendary glyph we just talked about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The earthquake train is leaving the station.
What I love about this is it doesn't just count your normal walking, right? If you're leaping, if you're charging, that's all counting towards like the distance that you're moving, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Whoa!
And you can see it here in like the whirlwind, for instance. Like it's obviously spawning earthquakes. So
was that a druid petrify ultimate? This must be the wrong clip. All right, sorry guys. You know, we're doing it live. Let's just move on to the next one. Okay, so we have a necromancer here with the rune of ritual, cast a non-channeled core skill, getting 25 each. And then this is a classic from D2, gain +3 to all skills. So you'll get to see this necro's got 5 skill ranks for Reap and Sever. Then they're going to go out and
casual socketable Harlequin crest, pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So a little pew pew, just doing your basic core skill usage, filling up the.
Oh, I like how it's
needed.
visually filling up on the screen.
Yeah, I really like the little tracking buff that fills up as you're getting it. So you don't need to really micromanage this. You can just at a glance see that, hey, I just filled it up, and now I get +3 ranks of Sever.
Yep. So now you're at +3. There you go.
What was that?
So yeah, this necro's just cooking, and oh, what is this? Another broken clip? Did they just cast teleport? What? Okay, I think you guys.
Teleporting necro. The little tracking buff that fills up as you're getting it. So you don't need to really micromanage this. You can just at a glance see that, hey, I just filled it up, and now I get +3 ranks of Sever.
Yep. So now you're at +3. There you go.
What was that?
So yeah, this necro's just cooking, and oh, what is this? Another broken clip? Did they just cast teleport? What? Okay, I think you guys
teleporting
you gotta
necros. What are you cooking over there, Jeevan?
Yeah, I'll stop making jokes mostly. Yeah, so what we really wanted to lean into with D2 runewords, among other things, was the ability to cast other classes' skills and use their power and harness it into your build. So with runewords, you're going to get to do that. Each class is going to share 2 skills
Inferior to
and one
Metamorph.
legendary
Alright.
aspect, like the earthquake one
What's
that
up,
you
Gar? How
saw.
you doing, dude?
And some of them are even going to get to cast improved versions. So, for instance, instead of the standard Decrepify from the Necromancer, you get to cast Horrid Decrepify, which is the upgraded version. And that's we did that for a lot of reasons. We wanted to make some of them feel a little better and a little more powerful, and a lot of it is about balance. But one important thing that I always want to highlight
Big
here
marathon event?
is that
Alright.
you always cast the best version of the skill if you have upgrades as the sort of home owner of the class, right? So what that means is, let's say you're a Spiritborn and you equip the Cry rune, which is the Vortex spell. If you have points into the upgrade, then you'll cast the upgraded Vortex when the rune goes off. So I don't think there'll be any class envy. Like everyone will get the best version of their own skills, and then they'll get to use other classes' skills. And we're really excited to see how people can construct new builds and new archetypes and what they can do with using the power of the classes.
And that says enhanced war cry, so that means necros can become berserk, right?
That indeed does mean that, and that enhanced war cry is a winner. I gotta say, that one's real strong. We've already seen people just chopping up the pit with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to what kind of interesting new combinations and builds you can come up with by dipping into other class skills in unique ways. It really just multiplies the possibilities of what you can do with any given class.
Yeah, exactly. And not only do we want you to augment your builds with other classes' skills, but runes will scale with gear. So when you get more interesting runes of rituals, you'll find ways to optimize them as well and get more output. So we really feel like people will have a lot of theory crafting that they can build off of the runeword system, and I'm very excited to see how you break the game. By the way, that's what she's doing on PTR for me. Just break the game. See every build you can find that totally destroys everything. So now we have the crafting element. So using 3 of the same rune, you can use them to roll a new rune. You go to the jeweler, or it might not be the jeweler, but we'll see. And you will combine 3 of the same exact rune, and you'll get a new rune out that is guaranteed to be different than the rune you put in. And there's a chance to uproll it to the next highest rarity. So if you put 3 magic runes in, there's a chance that it'll be a rare rune. Same with rare. There's a chance that it'll be a legendary rune.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we'll have the ability to craft mythic uniques. So you can use runes. Each mythic unique can be crafted with a specific set of runes. You'll need a legendary, rare, and magic runes of a certain quantity, and 1 resplendent spark. And this is in addition to the existing mythic unique crafting flow. So
I was just going to say, this really harkens back to the sort of crafting that was so core in D2, with the runes of being able to match 3 and get the next upgrade, but in a way that's a little bit more flexible and gives you more progression out of it. And this is all tradable, right? So that match 3, those crafting mythic uniques, what do you think that's going to do with trading?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to really build a sort of player community around how to acquire the runes you need, whether it's because you want to combine, you have 2 and you want to find that 3rd one to combine for a new one, or you're hunting for a specific mythic unique. I think we're going to have a lot of player interaction, and well, someone's going to win the capitalism game there, so we'll see how that goes.
I really like how the rune crafting system makes it so you're kind of always progressing, right? If you're getting rune drops, then you're getting materials that can use to progress towards higher rarity runes and potentially towards these mythic unique items. Unlike some of the other loot drops, if you don't find a good piece of gear, it just ends up being salvage. Here with runes, you're kind of constantly getting some of that progression. Even if it's not always the perfect rune.
The new class or runewords if you don't buy the expansion, correct?
Yeah,
or
I think
access
that's
to that area,
that
right?
We did talk to a lot of sort of D2 diehards when we built runewords, and one of the things that most of them tended to mention consistently was every rune drop is progress, right? You're always moving up that ladder. And so we wanted to make sure that even if you didn't get the exact thing you wanted, it still meant something to you one way or another.
Well, I know we've talked a lot about a lot of stuff today. We had progression, itemization. We talked about quality of life. We talked about class changes, and of course the newest thing, which is runewords, which will be in Vessel of Hatred. But the one thing we did want to quickly talk about was PTR. PTR is coming up. And we want to give a little bit, or at least some specifics on what that PTR test is going to be, and also hear from the team on exactly like what they're looking for from you guys out there that are playing, like for feedback as you guys play through the systems. Everything that we've actually talked about today is going to be present in this PTR. So all the class balance changes, the progression changes, rune words will also be part of the PTR. So we actually do want players jumping in and checking it out. So let's jump right into some of the PTR items. So as everyone knows, PTR from even the last PTR that we had will carry over content from your main account. So if you've already done all your renown, cleared your fog of war, your altar of Lilith status will carry over onto your PTR account. We did do a character copy as well. It was a while back though, so you may find that it might be a little dated from like the character copy that you have on live, but that will exist for players to actually use. One thing I will note is that we are planning on having 2 different testing phases for PTR specifically. The first testing phase will actually begin next Wednesday and will run through Friday, about midday, where we're going to actually give players the opportunity of kind of just starting characters from fresh, because we really need people to try out the new progression systems that Colin and Aislinn were talking about specifically in the beginning of the stream. So Wednesday through midday Friday, we really need players to jump in, check that out, give us feedback specifically regarding anything.
Well, will we be able to play the Spiritborn class on Wednesday then?
Around midday on Friday, though, we will be turning on the rest of the PTR, which will include things like rune words and all the other features that we were kind of talking about. All the other features will be part of it, but rune words and things like that will be turning in on Friday. One thing that we've heard from feedback from players specifically, especially as we have addressed this in the past, is that there is going to be a boost vendor available for this PTR. So in Kyovashad, players will be able to go and visit this specific vendor. This is the best video that I was talking about because this Fallen is dancing and it looks absolutely amazing. This vendor will be available and you'll be able to interact with it. And this vendor will actually then be able to provide you a ton of
Friday, then rewards, and how long after Friday is it up?
Which we do have a list of here. So you will be able to boost your character up to level 50. Level 60, of course, which is the new level cap after Vessel of Hatred actually ships. We will end up clearing out your whole map, your waypoints, Fog of War. We will do your class mechanic stuff and have that already unlocked. All Torment tiers will be unlocked. Your potions will be upgraded completely. And then I know based off of feedback that we got from like the last PTR was, hey, it'd be great if we could generate like legendary items, if we can get all the unique items, all the runes, or that's new now, but all the runes and everything like that, including masterworking materials, that will actually be available in this vendor. So this is a way for players to be more efficient while testing and being able to give us more feedback, especially around endgame related items. So we really need players to jump in for PTR. One last caveat I do want to mention is Infernal Hordes will not be available in this specific PTR. We are still doing some work on that right now before we actually get it ready, but all the other features within the game will be available. Infernal Hordes, as I mentioned, it's a permanent feature, so it's coming back to the game no matter what. And then separately, I do want to remind everyone that PTR right now it is still just PC BattleNet only. This does give us the flexibility of being able to upload, change things on the fly, like things like turning rune words on Friday, for instance, we have the flexibility of being able to do that on our own platform. So it's just easier for us to be able to have that additional work from our side to be able to make things like that happen when we can do testing specifically from that end. But Colin, Aislinn, I'd be really curious to hear like what you guys are looking for specifically in this PTR from feedback from players that they can focus in on and provide feedback on as they go into the test.
Yeah, so I think we really want to see people focusing on the new journey. So starting from level 1 and feeling out what difficulty tier is right for you. And if that feels like it's the difficulty tier that you would expect to be on based on how powerful you've managed to make your character and how many of the progression systems you've engaged with. Like if you engage with tempering and you go all out and you know, like you're like, I'm going to make my character a blaster, even though they're only level 30, like how far can you go with that? And are you going as far as you expected you would be able to go?
Yeah, those are great points. It really is about, are we hitting that expectation that we've sort of created, right? Which is, we really loved how the mind cage was functioning. We loved how tormented bosses felt in terms of having hard mode versions of things. Are these difficulty tiers sort of meeting those expectations of all the things that we have had in the previous game now mapped to a more streamlined system that should be much, much easier to navigate?
Awesome. And I know on the class side, like Charles, what are you kind of looking for? What's the team looking for on that front?
Yeah, I think we're really looking at the new skills and the new key passives for each class and how they're usable at all points in your character journey, right? They should feel good to press when you just first learn these new skills. But they should also feel really good when you're in the late game and you're trying to, make a build all around them, right? Around your stone burst. Like, does it feel like that has enough support and that you can, make a stone burst build or dance of knives and or all the other different skills? Like, do they fit in? What's their appropriate power level? And we really want to make sure that the new skills and the new key passives enable new ways of playing our classes and that they feel satisfying to build that way.
Awesome. And Jeevan, I know you mentioned to everyone, break the game with runewords. So is there maybe any more extra items you're looking for in terms of feedback?
No, they didn't replace anything.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
just
it's
added.
definitely mostly
I like
about
that.
that. I want to see what people come up with. I want to see, what you can cook in terms of builds. You can do something fun or cool or unexpected. And also, I'm highly interested in the sort of balanced feedback. I think we'll get it from all of you, but we've had a lot of people on the team work very hard on conceptualizing how to make sure this stuff is right on the edge of broken without actually being broken. And you'll get to prove me wrong if that isn't the case. Yep.
Awesome. Well, I know we do want to jump into a little bit of Q&A before we kind of wrap up. I know we've been here for a little while, so we'll try to grab some questions specifically from Twitch chat. I know probably the most popular question right now.
Okay, guys, it's Q&A, so I'm gonna take the opportunity to go to the toilet whilst I'm listening in on the Q&A. So I'm gonna do this.
From the community is about armory, and I do want to start off with that specifically. And I do also want to just confirm that we are working on an armory. The team is cooking on it right now. We just don't have it ready immediately, but as soon as we have an update, we will be providing that to the community. There is work for an armory happening. We're not purposely ignoring it, I promise you. And it is in the works specifically from that end. So I know we have questions from Twitch chat, so this is where I actually butcher everyone's name. So in standard fashion, I will continue to do that. It's just a little different now because I actually have a screen in front of me, which is actually really, really beneficial. But I guess we'll start off with a question regarding the different difficulty tiers. So this is from Double GHZ, which is, since we now have 8 difficulties, does this mean with power increase in later seasons, more difficulties will be added? Are we planning on adding 20 difficulties like in Diablo 3? What's the plans around that?
Yeah, we want to be really measured in terms of when we add difficulty tiers. I think it sets us up for adding them when we feel like it's an appropriate time. We don't want to get to a spot where we have 20 different difficulty tiers. We want to have just enough granularity to support the amount of power that we're adding. And what we don't want to do is sort of say, okay, we're going to add things like runewords or add things like seasonal powers and then nerf all of you by making the monsters 100% tankier to compensate for the power. We'd actually rather create a system that when you get that new power, we're going to add another band of difficulty to get even more efficiency out of that power. So that's been the sort of guiding light, is we don't want to continue to sort of nerf players into a spot where they can sort of use all this new power to push. A great example of that is previously in seasons, we would actually increase monster health to compensate for some of the seasonal powers. Now, if you get seasonal powers, if you're blasting Penitent and leveling to 60 faster, good for you. Like, that's something that we think is actually really important to the system.
Awesome. I know next question that we have, this is a question I've seen a decent amount. This is from Explosive Cat. Hopefully your cat is not exploding. What's the purpose of Nightmare Dungeons now that glyphs have moved out of Pit?
Yeah, so Nightmare Dungeons are going to be where you receive your masterworking materials. And because Nightmare Dungeons are going to be following the difficulty tier system now, you're going to be able to go into higher torment tiers, or rather higher difficulty tier Nightmare Dungeons, and get more mastering materials out of that. So just like, you know, all other kinds of content in the game now, being able to go into a higher difficulty of that activity is going to ultimately be better for you.
Yeah, the grind, sort of putting a grind currency actually fits much better in a Nightmare Dungeon compared to the Pit, because it means that every sort of elite you kill, every chest you open, or every corner you go into and you find an elite pack, those are going to be masterworking materials, as opposed to today where it's like, well, the instant I make a turn that is not in the direction of finishing this dungeon has been a waste of my time because I want that glyph. That completely changes when everything in the dungeon is dropping masterworking materials, and we think that feels so much better for that type of content. Conversely, you know, with the Pit, you know, again, we're going to reward you for pushing difficulty, and we do want you to sort of get there quickly and get that reward and get out. So we think that'll feel a lot better.
Yeah, so just for people, because I think when they immediately heard like, well, now it's just moved to Nightmare Dungeons and it's just at the end, it's actually part of the whole Nightmare Dungeon. It's not just the end goal, getting to the end and getting, you know, masterworking materials there. Just want to clarify for chat, because I know immediately
there's a good amount at the end when you kill the boss, right? Of course the boss has to have good shit, but like what's really gonna feel great is like when you run into a massive elite pack, like you just randomly run into, you know, we spawned maybe too many. Those are all gonna represent, you know, little loot bags of masterworking materials, which is gonna be huge.
Awesome. This question is from RXU105. Are runes reusable?
Yeah. So, by the way, I just want to say, chat, I've been reading Twitch chat, and what you've said has struck a chord. Anyway, yes, they will be reusable.
Can't take you anywhere.
You can unsocket runes and you can move them into different items. Yes, absolutely. I saw a few related questions to that. They don't get to exist in the same item as gems. You do have to pick between gems and runes on any individual item.
Awesome. I know there was a question related to another. Well, at least I don't know if Charles, you want to answer this, or if you have additional details. There's a lot of questions related to one of the Mythic uniques, and it's additive damage to demons and angels specifically. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
I will confirm that is the wording on the effect. Plus damage to angels and demons.
There you go, guys. We'll just leave it at that. And
no further comment.
I know, no further comment on that. Additional question that we have related to Paragon is, why cap the amount of boards instead of just capping maybe the amount of glyphs we can use? This is from Hotner.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Something that I think we can take back and really think about. We had discussed, and we felt like the cleanest solution from just sort of the flow perspective was that we wanted to just make it really sort of compact and make those choices about which glyphs and which legendary nodes and eventually what rare and magic nodes matter to you. But that's really good feedback and something we can continue to monitor as we go into PTR and as people get their hands on it. Again, it's really about making those boards more punchy, and the connections between those boards is something that you navigate during your journey. But the sort of end point is about making those really chunky choices on what glyphs you want and what legendary nodes you want. And we think that ultimately, especially now that Paragon is realm-wide and all your alts, I think we touched on that earlier, all your alts get to benefit from this. It's really going to streamline that process of getting your points locked in quickly on those alt characters and get them into the end game really quickly. But that's a really good point of feedback.
A question from WTF, Akalaka. I don't know. See, this is bad. Yeah, you get the point. Well, everyone need to be in Kyovashad to change difficulty like it is currently right now.
That's a good question. We've added, actually, yeah. So you could imagine how obnoxious it would be to do the pit in Karagar and then have to go to Kyovashad to then unlock the new Torment tier that you just got. So we actually added difficulty tier selectors in Karagar as well as Kyovashad, in addition to Kyovashad. And then we also have one in Kurast, and there's also another one, I think, near the Dark Citadel entrance. We've added them in a few locations across the game just to make that a little bit of a better experience.
Question from a few people. There's like Corinter, there's another question from 9 Tons of Pain. Are glyphs kind of shared between all characters in the realm, or do they have to be leveled up separately?
So those are still leveled up separately, but that's something like going forward, we definitely want to emphasis on like making alts more seamless to play into. And we definitely, there's some underlying feedback there, which is, wouldn't it be great if the Paragon glyphs were account wide? And it's like, yeah, that's something we can take back to the team. And philosophically, we really want to start moving towards a direction where making alts is really easy to get into and feel powerful. So that's something we can definitely take note of.
And I'll also highlight that, right, because the Paragon points are shared account wide or realm wide, as it were. If you make a new character, you're going to get a ton of Paragon points right away, which increases your power level, which maybe means you take on a higher pit tier, and then you get the catch-up mechanic on leveling up those glyphs. So it is a little bit easier for your alts to level up those glyphs as well, even if it's not 100% shared.
Yeah, that's very true. You can level up them. You can level them up really fast in the pit if you're pushing deep.
Pick up the phone.
There is a question regarding Eternal Realm characters, like, what happens to them when 2.0 kind of launches? What's the, I'm assuming because they already have like 925 gear, if they're at max level, they'll be brought down to that new eye level that we had mentioned. Is there like any specific changes or anything, or is it kind of laid out exactly kind of how we presented?
Oh, I can answer this. We are doing some adjustments for those Eternal players who really like to play the game on one character. We wanted to make sure that there was new loot to chase. We also just needed to make sure that with the new character level adjustments, we sort of had to adjust the eye power of items now that the fact that the max character level is 60. In addition to our goals of really sort of creating more grounded numbers, it does mean level 50 is getting an eye power adjustment, as well as the affixes are being adjusted. But we are going to max roll every single affix that we adjusted power-wise. So, for example, if you get a 5, we're going to take those items and adjust them. We aren't going to re-roll those affix bands. Like if you had perfect affixes, we're just going to essentially max roll all of them within that band. So there's no feels bad about, I had this perfect item and you ruined it by readjusting it. But the sort of main takeaway there is we wanted to make sure in patch 2.0 that there was new loot to chase. We wanted to make sure that the new uniques had a place to sing. And that's all sort of in service to that, for that type of Eternal player who really likes that sort of long form progression.
Awesome. Question from Ice Panther. Runewords, are they applicable to all items and weapons? Or are they restricted to specific types of equipment? Additionally, can gems be inserted into equipment with runes?
Yeah, they can be inserted into all types of equipment, so they're not restricted from being in uniques as long as you have 2 sockets for that unique. And the to restate the slots that are available with 2 sockets, on base game it's 3. It's chest, pants, and 2-hander. We're also adding a second socket to helm, so you'll have 4 slots. And you cannot mix runes with gems in any item, and you wouldn't want to. You'd basically be losing the benefit of them.
Awesome. I know we have some questions related to like some co-op bugs. I will say that I've gone on, I know, like forums and Reddit and at least addressed them, that we are working on them. I can tell you the team is most definitely working on them right now. Excuse me as I cough. Still getting over my sickness. And then I know this is actually a pretty, I'm going to ask this because it's a funny question. Are there runes for G and then Vun?
Oh, I mean, my narcissism certainly would have let me do that, but I think we can't do that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, I would have loved to. But I will say, there are, the runes have these sort of phrases that they unlock when you actually compose the spells. And we have some, I think, fun references and Easter eggs to, the great Diablo games of the past. And so hopefully that'll kind of make you smile when you see them.
Okay.
Awesome. And then runes, are they stackable?
Yes, it was literally,
Yeah,
said
they are stackable,
in the
and we've added a new
boards.
tab for them as well. We have a socketable tab. So all your runes and gems will go there.
I fucking hate the Q&A sometimes. I really do. It's like this every time. There's always a list of questions that is literally covered, not only multiple times in the show, it's also in caps lock displayed on the screen, and then that is brought up in the Q&A. It's just a fucking waste of time. Like, answer the questions that is not covered by the actual show so we can get some answers, not just repeat PR stuff. It's probably not deliberate, obviously, but it's always pissed me off. I get so mad at it.
So there we go.
It'd be pretty good for your inventory.
Every time.
Yeah, that would have been really messing with inventory if runes did not stack, and now that they have their own tab. Yeah, and now they have their own tab, which is really, really good. So cool. I know we are very over on time. So I do want to make sure that we let everyone go here so that they can eat, because we've now gone well past lunch over here in California. Just a reminder for everyone that PTR is actually going to be starting next Wednesday. We will have patch notes and the blog up immediately after the stream, specifically here, so you guys can check it out. Check out the patch notes. It's 17,000 words, a lot of words, so I apologize. I will say that for other locales, it might be until like early next week before those patch notes will be available. It just takes a while for us to localize on some of those, and they kind of came in a little hot. So we do plan on actually having that available in all languages. Just for now, they will be English only and immediately up after this specific stream. Again, PTR starts next Wednesday. We'll have 2 different phases. Wednesday through Friday will be that first initial phase where we need players jumping in, checking out the progression changes and testing all that out. And then starting on Friday for the rest of the week specifically, we'll end up having the boost vendor available where players can actually jump in and test out everything that they need to regarding runewords and all other things that are tied to endgame. I do want to give a huge thanks to everyone on this panel here. Colin, Aislinn, Charles, Jeevan, thank you so much for going through a ton of information. I do want to also call out the rest of the Diablo team, because they have been doing a ton of work towards Vessel of Hatred, and of course, patch 2.0 and Season 6. One thing we will say is that you guys actually haven't heard about Season 6 yet. We still have information to tell you about Season 6. We'll be sharing that more here in the coming weeks as we head towards launch. So there is still a seasonal theme and mechanic with Season 6 that we'll be sharing here soon. So thank you guys, everyone, and thank you, Diablo community, for tuning in. Check out Diablo4.com immediately after the stream. And
Yo, chat,
we'll see you
survived.
guys in Sanctuary. Thanks again.
Oh,
Thanks,
we
everyone.
survived.
Oh, we're ending with this. Best. I love it.
Okay. We survived going through the stuff. Let me get some music. Here. Wow. Okay. Wow. I will say this. This is looking really good. So, yesterday, little recap for you boys. Yesterday was my fiance's B-day, and I've been streaming pretty much non-stop and just been working every fucking day. So I said, you know what? I didn't say it. She said, you're gonna be off on my birthday, right? And then she gave me the puppy eyes, and I couldn't say no. So that's why I wasn't streaming yesterday. So I missed this live. We had a good time, and that is why I'm a bit hungover today. But damn, the puppy eyes. I know. I know. I had a lovely day with my family though. So it's been a lot of time in front of the computer, and not so much with my daughter or fiance. But it was good. Anyways, where was I? The only thing I heard yesterday was that, oh shit, this sounds like they're just turning the game into D3. What the fuck? And I was very concerned. So my initial angle or perspective or expectations going into watching this was kind of on the down, like on the bad part of it. After listening in on this, I will say this actually sounds really good. I just hope that it will feel as good as it sounds, right? So I understand Colin is a big D3 enthusiast, but he is the GOAT. I just hope that the introduction of these things will be fitting of D4. PTR is still always going to be a scary moment, because last time they had a PTR, they shit the bed big time and they fucked it all up and made it really, 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 really bad. So that happened, which is very disappointing. And it just turned into a PR fiasco. I hope they're gonna be changing that for this time around. But I mean, there's more to it, right? So my biggest problem with this game is that it's just based on bugs, and then they need to fix the bugs. That's my problem with it. They need to fix the bugs. That's it. That's just it. If they just did that, they could actually balance the game. But taking that aside, I think that the information we've received is looking very, very, very interesting. And I'm very excited for it. That's all I can say. Check out the bug fix necro section. I like the necromancer fortitude. Oh, you can have a necromancer, desecrated ground behind you. Interesting. Or rain and power creep. What did I miss with the bug fixes? These are loot updates. Fix an issue where blood orbs will remain after dying during an encounter. Fix an issue where killing a vulnerable enemy with bone skill who could not generate could not generate essence when using the exposed flesh. Wait, that's it. Wait, is this what you wanted me to look at? These two lines. But what about the blood mist then? Jesus. It's the big thing. The thing is big thing is that it's conditioned in the story. It's just a meter you have to fill doing things you're already doing while actively playing the game. So Hannah just wrote to me. She is spending time with our daughter together with one of our friends and their daughter. Apparently, my daughter bit the other friend's daughter in the head. Now, my daughter's name is Lilith. So Hannah wrote to me, "Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. A daughter bit this other kid in the head." Is this like a dad thing? Because I read it and I just can't stop finding it amusing. I think it's hilarious. So I wrote, it's just kids. How did it go with her? She said, oh, it didn't bleed, so it's okay. He bit her on the forehead. Oh, I'm still sleeping on the couch tonight. Oh my God. Brains. Colos with a prime sub, thank you so much for the support, man. Okay, now Hannah said it's not funny, it was embarrassing. It's funny. Oh my God. My daughter bit another kid in the forehead. Vampire Chuck didn't bite the neck. Lilith is times the first vampire in pop culture. True. Oh man, that's hilarious. All right, so let's see, where was I? So essentially, we're getting nothing fixed. So, oh yeah, Garmar, so that's it. We have literally endless blood mist now. Yeah, so literally nothing happened, and we're still going. This is what I said before. This is my problem with the game. Like it's just consistently bugs. There we go. So I don't know, dude. I don't know what to say. It's weird to me that that's not fixed. Hopefully that'll be fixed for the PTR. What is required to get the endless blood mist again, Garm? I know we talked about that some time ago. Could you give me a TLDR? Because it's like... It was the mobility aspect thingy, right? That you just hold it down, right? Whatever it was. There's new stuff to play around. I mean, it looks like it would be fun. My initial reaction when I saw the Paragon was like, "Oh shit, this is just going to kill build diversity." That was my initial reaction. And now that I've seen all of it, I'm like, no, this is gonna be fun. And build diversity will definitely be there. A lot of it. So we'll see. It's gonna be fun. I wrote the macro BioBoy as well. I was like, yo, bye build diversity. And he didn't agree. And it's like, oh, I just watched the Paragon board speaking about that. And he's like, oh, yeah, for sure. That's definitely going to be the play. So it's like, no, not word by word, but it's like, let's see what he actually wrote. He said, the Paragon system probably will be like that. You know, that's what he wrote. Where we end up just having the same fucking Paragon board. All of the guy writers, just the same board for everybody. Oh, well. We'll see, though. Yes, yeah. So, what's today's plan? Today's plan was to do this, talk about it, and then decide whether or not I'm gonna play Wukong, or if we're gonna do something else. So the other day, I actually found a new TD map in Dota 2, Dota 2 arcade game. Found a TD game called Dodo TD that looked really fun. That I've been playing. Played a little bit when I was chilling. Other than that, it's just not much happening. We're just basically waiting for new stuff at this point. And I do have another thing I want to talk to Lolash about when it comes to PoE, to see if we can make that strength stacking Baron runic skeleton build library tower work. I'm not sure if we have to do I think that build, you'd have to look at the offensive scaling first. And then once the offensive scaling is taken care of, then look at how do you implement the best defenses onto that. But if we can't make the offensive ones look good enough to be played around, then the build's going to be shit from the get-go. So that's kind of like the plan there. Return to Monkey. Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we go, we either play Monkey Land, Mr. Wukong, and go from there. At least that's what I was thinking. Hi. Hi, Lily. Hi. Did her head taste good? Lily. Lily. Come here.
What's that? One of my Red Bulls. Why did you take one of my Red Bulls?
No. I've had it in my fridge forever. Lily, come here. Come here. Yeah? No? You've already bitten one head today? You're good? You want to bite your head?
It would have been better if she bit my head.
Vicious.
Yeah, she held her face too.
Dropped her shoe.
I know. She grabbed her face and held her down and like.
Wait, she grabbed her
Yeah, I
face,
know.
held her down, and bit her?
It was brutal. She was lying on the ground, the poor child.
He's so fucked. He's actually fucked.
Do that. What happened to Nick?
What a vicious creature.
Yeah, she really is. And the thing is that the other child, she hit her like that.
Oh, she hit her?
Yeah.
Oh, so this was retaliation.
No.
Fuck that kid.
No. It was before. She hit her and then she said sorry. Like she patted on her and kissed her on the arm.
Oh.
And then they fought over
Yeah.
this little toy radio thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the other kid, she took her in their clothes and they fell down on top of each other. And I think that's when she got pissed off, grabbed her face and bit her. And I was like maybe 1 meter away, so I threw myself at her and lifted her away. And I said, I yelled at her. I don't want to yell at our 1.5-year-old. What am I supposed to do if she does
No.
that?
No. Don't do that. No.
She's like this all the time. I don't know what I've done wrong.
If you want to press my keyboard, okay.
Sweetie,
Oh man.
you can't hurt your friends.
Jesus Christ. What a vicious being.
Dad said this was retaliation. Was it?
I mean, if the kid hit her.
No, I don't think that was. What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
I think she said before when we were at their place, we were at their front lawn.
Yeah.
And she saw another house.
Hmm?
She grabbed
No.
two fistful of gravel,
Hmm?
and she ran against the house, screaming, "Daddy!"
Really?
Thought it was your house.
Hi, Lily. How you doing?
No, the thing is, I think that what pissed her off was that every time she grabbed a toy, the other child was there and tried to take it from her.
Oh.
That was what pissed her off. But she can't bite. Like, it doesn't matter how pissed she gets, she can't bite. Especially not holding the other child down, biting her face off.
I'm sure it'll be fine, honey.
No, it won't. I mean,
Hmm?
we will be those parents. And she will be that child that doesn't get invited to birthday parties. We will be those parents.
Honey, it's fine. Next time, Lily, you punch her with a fist.
No, she's perfectly happy. We're home.
Yeah, of course. Daddy's here. All right. Yeah.
I'm gonna meet the other mom. The children should try to eat
Yeah.
her mom. I'm gonna meet her later for a drink at the fire station.
Yeah.
Can
Hi.
I just leave the baby monitor with you?
Yeah.
She'll be asleep.
Hi, Lily.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Ugh. Hi. How you doing? You want to be on stream today? How did her face taste?
Oh, she's laughing.
What's up? This is Lilith, my daughter.
No, Lily. She's not named Lilith.
Her middle name is Lilith.
Yes, but that's not what we call her.
That is a microphone. That is still a microphone, yes.
She doesn't point to the microphone. She's using something on the
No. Ah. Mwah. I'm gonna go back to mommy so I can keep doing this shit. See if you can find any faces to bite.
Sweetie, you can't bite people's faces off. We should call her Hannibal Lecter.
I ate his liver with a nice skin.
All right. Daughter of hatred, yes. He has been preparing to take the necromancer exam. Exactly. All right, so we got to decide what to do. So I'm thinking Wukong Black Myth, or not sure what else. Oh, when are you planning on food, honey? When are you gonna eat? Because I'll probably just aim to eat at the same time. Yeah, I'm aiming to eat at the same time. You were thinking for the meat? No. What are you making for the with the? Oh, okay. So let me know when you start. So then that's fine. Just eat leftovers from yesterday. Hi, Lily. All right. So Try Deadlock? No, I have not. I did find this really cool TD game in Dota 2. That was called Dodo TV or Dota TD that I really liked actually. I just wish that we had like some sort of arcade game or something we could play together with the community on. I think that could be fun to do. But today, I'm gonna update all of my stream titles, and we're gonna move over to some Wukong. After midnight, update this thumbnail. Where is it? There. Save. YouTube. No, that was now it's Twitch. What is this? Well, now I just slam with X. Yep. Yes, sir. Do the down. Black Myth Wukong. All right, let's try this. Here. Am I in the right scene? Yes, I am. But we needed to move some of those things. So I have to do this. So it's not in the way. How about that one? No, I don't need that one. It's just those two. Right. All right. Let's try this. Wukong. I don't know how far we gotten yet. We killed the fire bear, right? Was that the last thing we did? I don't remember. All right. Whilst the game is booting, I'm gonna get myself my energy drink. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. Oh. There we go. Get some energy drinks. Good shit. Pretty good stuff, boys. Now, we talked about this before. Here's the limited edition GHAZZY TV Summoner Shaker. There's about 50 of these left. Limited edition. Pretty cool. They grow fast, the kids? Yeah. That's actually kind of crazy. Kid wasn't calling the areas by any chance? No. The other kid was name is Vera. So it's a chick. Wait, why is the game just patching everything? What is happening? How big is this fucking patch? Hello? What is actually happening? Humongous patch. Okay. No, like for real. Neo franchise. I don't even know what that is. I never played it. Let's go. %. Something I have realized though is that I suck at it. That is game. So we'll see how it goes. They do come in mega fat. What do you mean? Mega fat what? Oh. Okay, now I get it. Okay, that's funny. If the kid hit her, the bite was the right answer. That's what I was thinking. Good play, Lily. Let's chat to your side. Exactly, Shadow. Exactly. So what is Neo? Neo with an H. Neo. Such a good song. Bro, what is happening to this game? Hello? Are you serious? What? Hello? I'm confused. Like, what is actually happening? So Souls-like RPG in Japanese style. It's a samurai game. I don't think I've even seen it. Why is this taking so long? Something beautiful. To be clean. Beautiful people, Marilyn Manson. To tell which I hate the most. All right, now the game's moving. Here we go. Log in, dude. Oh, yeah. Wait, music videos? Continue journey. Sorry, Marilyn. But I'm gonna need to do this. Oh, God, that's loud. Alright. Let's do it, boys. Monkey style. Like they do on the Discovery Channel. Do it again now. That's how the song goes, right? You and me, baby, ain't. Alright, so, right, I need silk for my gear upgrades. That was dodging, jumping. That was light attack. And now that's how you follow up with a heavy attack, right? And, alright, let's see. Wait, are those archers back? They are back. But I've already been up there, so I don't have to go back up there. Alright, let's fuck off. Yo, what's up, son? I mean, I can literally hear the other guy. Bruh. One guy is enough at the time, okay? Did he just disappear on me? Okay, so I did have issues with this little froggy down there. Oh, Mythic. But fuck it. What the fuck? I'm invisible. You serious? Seriously, dude? Ah, for fuck's sake. He poached his laugh. I'm dead, aren't I? I'm dead. Dead. Oh, Langley Gubao is the name of this guy. Yeah. Right, I forgot about my cheap thingy. Power.
Take him down.
Okay, where's the froggy? I am killing this froggy. There he is. They're not following me, are they? Don't you fucking dare come down here, bro. Don't you dare. Little busy. Are you serious? Wait, where are you?
You come at a good moment. One of my formulas was swallowed by a petty frog. Stay and help me. A deity like myself will not short you. Sandgate
Well?
is a perilous place. You think you can venture there without healing pills?
But I'm a little busy, alright? I'm gonna kill this fucking frog and get your ship back. Are you serious? Wow. Okay. Good start. Okay. you go. Ah, fuck. Got the follow up. No. Woo! Oh. Oh, he did. Hey, I got silk! Tadpole. What is tadpole? Find out. Inventory. Offering as a frog treasure maybe prove wondrous useful someday. Have I gotten any skill points? I don't. Okay. Well, I made that shit look easy. Very easy for a gamer god like myself. Should I explore before going in there? It's around here. What is this? Oh, it's one of those meditation spots. Yeah, we can skip this. It's just, you know, it just gives you a little view and that's it. Give me some sparks. The walls. Wait, I only got one. Uh-huh. So I don't want this. Health recovery from consuming focus points. Reduces stamina cost of charge heavy. Slightly increased damage dealt by all varied combos. And we have this one. Light attack upon stinging through enemy initiates light combo attack for the third move. And we have mysticism, cloud step, transformation. This is the one I was going for. To keep the form longer, right? Increase might recovery. Let's see if I want to stay in that form for more. I like that actually a lot. Okay, so I guess we go to the wolf. Yo, I got your thingy. I killed it.
Oh, how wondrous! You go. Man follows earth, earth follows sky, sky follows Tao, Tao follows nature. These common pills, I grant you. Hereafter, you may craft more yourself at the shrines. I must retrieve a furnace forthwith. Pray forgive my departure.
Evil repelling medicament. That's what you gave me. Still in the wrong. What's up here then? Interesting. What's back here then? Should I go down there? Find out. YOLO! Oh, you can't. You can't go down there. Well, that one's telling me to go there. I thought. That's not good. Let's find out. Can't go there. Okay, I will say this though. I am really annoyed with really annoyed with the invisible walls. What the fuck? Wait, am I supposed to be here? Okay, this place definitely is a lot bigger. Yeah, nice. Yeah, okay, good. Good game. Thanks. Am I supposed to go through here then? Can't even open it. Can't jump over it either. Ooh! Okay. Well, I guess we say fuck that then. Oh no, man. That was just weird. It's fungal guy. Oh Jesus, he actually hurt. That's just weird. I know, like, I don't mind like the combat in this game. It feels good. Combat feels alright.
And ready? We are in time.
Combat feels alright. It's not bad, but like the dead ends really makes me annoyed. I think that's the best way to describe it. Alright, let's see. Craft armor. No, weapons. Twin serpent staff. I want this. So for that I need more will. Will is the money. Okay. Let's start with selling all of those. Do I have enough to craft it now? Wrong. Craft weapons. Still don't have enough. Okay. How about armor? So this is what I have equipped. And I can buy the silk one. In close step, shrouding, black wind will attack enemies near by the destined one and the decoy. Deals additional damage to the enemy causing upon crashing their immobilization. This one has better defense though. You like it so far? It's okay. I'd rather do this. And that's 13 for. Yeah, I mean. Let's do the ebon gold. Let's do this. Okay. Now I need money to... Okay. I need money to craft a weapon. Cultivate spirits. Blood of the Iron Bull. Alright, let's try this. Wait, so I am supposed to go there? Can I open the door now? Why can't I open the door? Oh, that's a dude over there. How the fucking... Okay. What do I do then? Now they're not even attacking, okay. I mean, this one says I'm supposed to go in here, so... When this was a chest, I couldn't get past, so... Now I'm very confused. Try this way then. Maybe a bug, maybe. Can I walk around here? No, that's an invisible wall. This is where I killed the frog dude. No, that's the frog, that's the mushroom guy. How about this way then? But this looks like I'm back out where I came from. Yeah, that's where I killed the frog. That's where I entered. So this ain't it either. I mean, I know there's a dude back there. Try this way. This is where I came from. This is where the mushroom head was. Huh. What if I go on the right side then? There's even a save, like a save point here. Oh, here's a cave. Or this is the cave I was in. That I came in through. So walk right. And I go this way. Just get on the other side of it. And I still can't get it.
You do. Guard the gate and check every house. There's a bounty for that traitor.
Can I destroy this wall? Oh, there's a. That looks like a boss site. That is definitely. Bruh. I don't want to fight a bunch of archers at the same time. Whoa. Okay, how am I supposed to fight this? Bro, I'm actually gonna die. How am I supposed to do this? The fuck? Okay. Maybe a bug? I have no idea. So here's another boss, but now I don't have any fucking HP.
Son, I hear you loud
And I use his skills. Yeah, I keep forgetting.
Can I not know your sufferings?
I just didn't understand how I could get out of there.
From the valley,
Maybe I should have like, tried to kill the archers first.
The lads went out to see the altar the other day.
I keep thinking like the mana, I don't have any mana regen, so I gotta be careful with that if I'm going for a boss. I don't want to use the abilities too much either, because I don't have any mana for the boss, but then again, I don't have life for the boss, no items, so. I don't know, dude.
Just wait until Master hears about this. Hush! Hush, you fool! Our restoration. We can't say it out loud now. Oh, your poor brother hadn't... What's that smell? Aye, that's fresh meat. Delivering itself all the way to this dump for our lunch.
Nice. dies, it doesn't really matter too much now, does it? Oh man, got no life, dude. I'm slightly confused with like where to go sometimes. Oh yeah. Oh, so now I would have to. Wait, which way was it? How did I get there? It was through here. Yeah, but it wasn't that door. It's another door. That's the thing. There's two doors. So now I have to go through here. And then, okay, so here's the dude. Okay. You see, the door we open is here. And there's another guy there. There's archers up there. See, here's this guy. I don't know about the other guy though. Where are you? Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh. Bruh. I am so bad. Do you buy the closed beta? I didn't apply. I'm not interested in the closed beta. Because it's NDA. Like, I do not have the time to play it. When am I gonna have time to play close beta on that? When I barely any time to do what I need to do. Well, that was it. So me applying to it just feels like that would just be a waste. Like, I don't have time to play it. Because I can't make content out of it. And I do have a lot of other responsibilities. I didn't bother apply it. Why would I take a slot from someone that actually would have time that would like to play the game? Oh, he's back. The headless Irishman.
哪个说了才算，哪个放任不管？你瞧那手背刀将人情，可他妈就落得个
Blood of the Iron Bull, we got that. Good shit. Oh. Going up there, apparently. There's something over here. Just... Sternness of coal, sternness of stone, keenness of tiger. Yeah.
必须有得幸福。一个不够自为花。那所来覆没不是眼的伤。
Cameron, help! What the fuck is this? Still coming. Yeah. And there's some more shit here. Oh. Am I gonna try to kill that thing? Level up. I got a lot of support for that. So I want this to stay in their form longer. So I guess I'll just max this one. Here's an angry guy. Bro, I need my stamina. Now I have no HP yet. Yep. Bum, 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 bum. Right cliff. I don't even know if I'm going the right way. Because I know I missed at least one boss in that previous zone. Oh, mother. Fuck. Oh, okay. Jab is way less linear than the first one, evidently. Duly noted. God darn. Buddha's eyeball. An eyeball extracted from the chanting Buddha head of the fire cliff. It may be inlaid elsewhere. turn. So I need to sell some gold shit. I'm not sure if I got any, but I need to make, what, 8,000 gold? I don't have 8,000 gold. I got 5.7. Because it's how I need to craft my new weapon, which is a lot more damage and crits. Okay. I got the gear, though. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. All I know is I missed a boss at least. At least one boss. Dude. I forgot to rest. How do I get up to him then? Dude. I can't jump up on certain things, which is actually just frustrating. Ah, for fuck's sake. It is genuinely frustrating. Well. That's about it. If you only had stands, they extend your staff and kill at range. Yeah, I could do that, I guess. But it's like, it looks very clearly like I can just jump up to it, right? But it's not letting me. Oh, Jesus, yeah, I did think I heard something. Oh, come on. Wait, he's back? What the fuck? Mr. Headless Nick over here. Serious? All right. So I think that, like, in general, what I think the problem is for me with this game is that it's not really the kind of game that caters to me, because I am more for, like, open world maps. So when I first heard about this, people were saying, oh, this is going to be game of the year. It is so good, yada, yada. And the more I play it, the more I feel like it's a solid game. It's just not the kind of game that caters to me, I guess. Does that make sense? 2 of those. Shame. That's like the position I'm in. Not a bad game per se, but it's like oh, that's a big thing. Dude, how many of these are there gonna be? I mean, I'm gonna die to these. Bruh. Okay. Oh, they gave rare materials. Oh, okay, so I can jump. Okay. Interesting. What is this? Is it fun? Not so much. Not sure how much you played. I played a bit now, but the more I play it, the more I realize that the game is catering to another player base that I'm not belonging to. Increase the damage of jump and light attacks and reduce the stamina cost of sprinting. Huh. Yeah, no, fuck that. And we got this. Grabbed might decay. Alright, so that was this big thing. Oh god. I just dodge it. I have to kill this thing. Bro, okay. Jesus! Fuck, that hurt. Wait, this is it? Okay, now there's 2 of them. He fell on me. Okay, there we go. Need some more. I have no potions left. Dude. Is this even good? I don't even know. Not that I can see much in here. I don't have any fucking HP left, bro. Okay. Well, I got nothing left to heal myself with, but it's basically a boss rush kind of game. That's the best way to describe it. It's a boss rush game, and it's very linear. This chapter I'm in now is way less linear, though. Way less. There's a lot you can do at this point. Chapter 1 was very disappointing because of how linear it was. But now it's getting better. But yes, there's like bosses everywhere. They're all unique. They have their own unique sets. They have their own unique fights, move sets, and everything. So, and nothing, you're not being handheld. There's no map or anything. You just have to like run around, explore, get your shit together. Like, I'm gonna die because I don't have any fucking potions left. Wait, how much money do I have? Hey, we can go buy ourselves a new weapon. For more omelette de damage. Sometimes you get guided by this yellow thing. But not always. Bro, no, don't fucking kill me. I want to get to that thing. Thank you. What? Oh, thank you. Oh. You can TP back to ult, so you don't need to run back. Really? Didn't even know that. Craft weapons. I craft this. Yes. Nice. Oh, there's only 3 more weapons in the game. You have an item in the inventory? Huh? I do? What item? This? Oh, use his talisman to immediately free the soul from the body, guide it back to the last keeper. Okay. Roger. Okay, so now I wish I had a map. There's another one of these screaming Buddhas, guys. Well, I got a new weapon, though. Definitely doing more damage. All right, let's kill this thing this time. Oh. Hey, somebody, April for the 23 months, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I think what I need is more stamina, but I want to max this out. Now I maxed out the duration in that form, right? I have no idea where I'm going at all. 666. Get his weapons back. That looks like a boss. Yeah, so you basically just kill a couple monsters. Now you're getting a new boss and just rinse repeat. That's actually a talkable NPC. Holy shit! What's up, yo? It's a pig.
Raise thy cup, seek answers on high. Who defies death neath every sky? Oh, I messed up my mission. Go find something to sober me up.
Huh? Find something to sober.
2 more jars from Windrest. Make it quick.
Huh?
2 more jars from Windrest.
Yeah, where the fuck is Windrest then? Up there? Tell me where the fuck the place is and I can get it to you. Even open this door? No, what do you mean I can't fit? Hello? Another invisible wall. Where the fuck is Windrest then? Instructions, dude. Jesus Christ. I know, meditation spot. That's it. So I gotta go to him with 2 jars. Of some kind. So I leveled up. So I don't need that anymore unless I do this one. No, I don't need that one either. I could do this, which would increase the recovery speed to go back in there. Remember the village after you kill the tiger boss? What about it? Increases focus gain from perfect dodges. Stamina cost of jumping. That's Windrest. Wait, so I have to like go back to Windrest to find it? Crit strike chance. Max stamina, max HP. Let's do this. Well, this is just a bonus content then, I guess. Okay, let me use that item now. Okay. Then we get back here. And then travel. But none of this is Windrest. I'm unable to travel to Windrest. Small village where you find the 3 rats. Yeah, but the only place I can travel is these 2. I'm like, I cannot travel back that far. That place you're talking about, that's in chapter 1. What is this? It's chapter 2. Yes, but what I'm saying is, as you can see, I can only travel to these 2 locations. So I'm unable to travel to anything called Windrest. Wait, those 2 are chapters? Oh. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Which one is Windrest then? Where you find 3 rats? I've encountered multiple rats. This is Guanyin Temple. March of the White Mid. That's the potion. Oh, right. You have to go back. That's how you upgrade your potions, right? Bodhi Peak. That's the bear. I don't know where the Grand Chamber is. It's not Snake Trails. But which one was the fucking tiger boss? I don't remember which place that was. Is this the tiger? I am very confused. Where am I actually going? I fought a bunch of wolves. Alright, so I haven't done it, is what you're saying. I mean, chapter 2, yes. Alright, so don't give me no backseating. You only answer questions if I ask about it. So, did I come from up there? I've forgotten already. It's somewhere I didn't go yet. Duly noted. Okay. I don't like those guys. At least my weapon's doing more damage. I don't remember if I came from up here. Who the fuck are you? Didn't that come from up there? Dude, what the hell? He does like so much damage. I want to try something. I want to jump, hit, and then heavy. Like this. Oh, you can do that. Okay, that's pretty cool. So I can jump and do the light attack, which pushes me away, and then in the air, connect that with a heavy attack, apparently. Spearborn. Slightly increases damage reduction. Take the form of Spearborn, ward off attacks with a tiger shield, and repel foes and bash at enemies. Where's the demo? Okay. I like my poison thing. I've upgraded this one. Like, I think that the problem I have is I walked all the way up here for nothing. Hey, bro, what you doing, man? I feel like this game is like just not for me. I just think that's the thing. Because the game is not a bad game. It is definitely not a bad game. It's just not the kind of game that I would find enjoyable, I guess would be the best way to put it. And that's back to him. Well, you know what? You will have to pay the price, sir. Look at this. And he still hits me. It gets better. I mean, okay, so my problem is the gameplay loop. So you just told me that the gameplay loop is going to drastically change. And I don't think that's going to be the case. That doesn't sound like that's going to happen at all. Dude. So it's about walking and killing monsters than killing a boss. Now you get faster and stronger, blasting through enemies. It's a rewarding feeling. Well, I'm not saying that it's not a rewarding feeling. What I'm saying is that the more I play the game, the more I feel like this game is not something that I enjoy playing. That's what I'm trying to say. I think it looks fantastic, it's fluid, it's responsive, it's a good game. It's just not the game that I would find myself normally enjoying. I think that's the best way I can describe it. Oh, Jesus fuck. No, I was trying to drink a potion, man. That was good though. Serious? This boss is very tough. Tough as it is defense. That's fine. Like I like the bosses that are killing me, and I do because I feel like I'm finally getting a challenge right. I also feel like I'm a little spoiled because of the simple fact that I played I played Elden Ring, which is the closest comparison I have to a game like this, and Elden Ring is just fucking insane. I don't know where to go. For me, it looks like a polished smash and bash with story round. Yes, that is basically exactly what it is. And I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's actually a good game. It's, again, just not for me. Where is the fucking boss? And how do I turn into the beetle again? Or the cicada? I only got to do that once. And I don't know where the boss is. Where is the boss? That I just fought. I ran past these guys, right? Where is it? D-Rising more? I think D-Rising is way more fun. As a game. For me, at least. But I think that's the issue I'm having with this game right now. That as well. Okay. Oh. About getting used to it. I'm not even used to my form right now. He fucking hurts though. That's the damn shit. You just better learn the moves, and then once you've learned the moves, it's... Oh, Sternness of Stone. I needed that for something at some point. A jump in the air was glide. That was nice, right? Totally. It's a wild guess, but I got lucky. So, I mean, it's just about once you learn the move sets, you just gotta practice. It's basically like Elden Ring, but much easier. But craft armor, Gale guard beast mask. Yoink. That'd be as fuck. Now I got new gear. Gale guard, perfect dodge grants considerable additional focus. But I just crafted my fucking ebon silk, man. Shit. I need one more. Wait, that's not enough. It seems to now very linear. Well, across the board, though. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure what the plan is. I think that I don't know how to describe it either, because I feel like it's not a bad game. I just don't like it. Which is a shame, because it's not a bad game. I just don't like it. Does that make sense? I enjoy playing it a little bit, but, you know, give me 2 hours of it, and then I'm bored. That's where I'm at. 2 hours in, and I'm bored out of this game. I think that's the best way I can describe the game right now. I get bored of it about 2 hours in. Yeah, that's where I'm at. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of just sitting here forcing myself to play it, I'm just gonna call it, and I'm gonna raid you guys over someone, and then I will be back on Sunday, and we're gonna be doing a lot more PoE, and then we'll have a Tavern Talk podcast most likely on Tuesday. We'll have some more information for you guys on that as soon as we get there. Hope you guys enjoy the stream, and a lot of cool stuff with Diablo. A lot of cool stuff. But we're not going to stream anymore Wukong, because I literally just get bored playing it. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong. It's just not for me. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll be back on Sunday. Till then, as always, you guys have a great fucking weekend. I'll see you guys then. Till then, good night, everybody.